Chapter 492, We stepped too far already, 2. Fine. Chang Yang's eyes shone brightly. Now that the decision had been made, it was important to move swiftly. Perhaps the news about the ice crystals they mined had already reached the ice palace. Soon, the demonic sect will also receive the information. And he had to prepare for the worst. After contemplating all that, Chang Yang nodded. First, they had to ensure the safety of Seoul So Back. Go, Bak Chon. Go find the kid. It's Bak R, not Bak Chon. You brat. No, Sasug should start, not Bak R. This brat. Bak Chon was ready to fight and tried to move, but Yoon Jong and Jo Gul restrained him by the arms, at novel and at. Calm down, Sasug. Now is not the time for it. Why are you people doing this to me? That bastard is so. He is Chang Yang. Bak Chon fell silent. He felt sorrowful, accepting the harsh reality. Ahem. Bak Chon cleared his throat and turned to the disciples. You all must have heard it. The situation isn't so easy. Yes, Sasug. We moved quickly. Yes. Their minds were all confused. The question of whether they could do it and the thoughts of whether they should just run away on the ice. Moreover, they were worried about finding Seoul So Back in this vast land. But no one questioned it. There was no way that Chang Yang hadn't thought of it. Because he was the one who used his head the best when a crisis was approaching them. Even if they thought about the decisions made until now, once he made a decision, they all firmly believed it and supported him. That was the way of Mount Hua. We leave. Bak Chon asked, and Chang Yang looked up. Well, right. But before that. Chang Yang's gaze slowly descended and fixed on the old man, and his lips turned into a smile. Would you like to let your anger out? Ah. Bang Pio couldn't see the valley due to the raging blizzard. Did you hear anything from the palace? No, not yet. Late. After some thought, Bang Pio clenched his fists. They should have arrived and left by now. The delay means the messenger hasn't returned. It was clear that the Lord wanted something done. Whatever the order may be, it wouldn't be good for those people from the Central Plains. Sometimes, following orders brings good results. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. But is this okay? What do you mean? Aren't the people below followers of the former Lord? If they speak nonsense, what difference would it make? Ads by Pub Future. Ha! Bang Pio waved his hand dismissively. It was a sign that it didn't matter. I'm not standing still because people in the world don't know things. Even if you want to achieve something, if you don't have the strength to handle it, carry it, then it is the same as not knowing. The subordinates nodded as if they understood, and Bang Pio laughed. What can the newbies from the Central Plains and defeated old men do? All of them will have a difficult time saving their lives. Misfortune came from recklessness, but it wasn't wise to be this wary of them either. Either way, in the end, they are rats in front of poison. But anyway, let there be no carelessness. Yes. Even so, he looked at the valley and then turned around, but his walk didn't last long. Isn't there a sound coming from below? It was because he heard the whispers of those near the valley. The wind is so loud. How can we hear any sound, though? Still, we don't know. So confirm it. Be careful not to fall. Yes. One of the individuals talking approached the valley and stuck their head inside. How is it? Doesn't seem like. At that moment. Snap. A hand suddenly emerged from the valley and grabbed the person's collar peeking down. What? Exclamation mark. The ice palace guard was forcefully thrown into the valley without a chance to fully comprehend the situation. Ah! Terrified screams filled the valley before abruptly falling silent. What? What happened? The onlookers hurriedly gathered in one spot, shocked by the turn of events. Tack! The hand that had thrown the guard now gripped the ground, revealing a person dressed in bearskin. We meet again. You. A predictable response. Bang Pio, who was about to depart, witnessed the scene and approached Chang Yang with a stern expression. Move aside. After yelling at those around him, he locked eyes with Chang Yang and demanded, What do you think you're doing? In response to his harsh words, Chang Yang remained calm. Well, this is how it is. I don't get it. Bang Pio frowned. I don't think you're an idiot. Or did you give up on the conditions? Ah, it's a misunderstanding. Chang Yang waved his hand and pointed behind him. They don't know, but I'm not interested in negotiations and stuff. Just as he finished speaking, the disciples of Mount Hua appeared. They landed right behind Chang Yang and drew their swords together. SRNG. Bang Pio's mouth twitched as the swords were pointed at him. Why are you doing this? Ads by Pub Future. You're the fool. What did you just say? Chang Yang snorted. Who's the fool here? They know the demonic sect is plotting in the North Sea, but instead of stopping them, they choose to cooperate. They must want to die. Why, you damn bastard? Bang Pio's face was stained with anger. But just as he was about to say something, Chang Yang waved his hand. Ah. Such an obvious reaction. We're a bit busy now, so make your choice. Either make way or get hit and plowed into the snow. Easy, right? Bang Pio's mouth dropped to the words he didn't expect to hear. Is this guy insane? No one there could intimidate him. It's said that people of the Central Plains are arrogant, and that seems to be true. How absurd do you have to be to say such things in the North Sea Ice Palace? Isn't this funny? What is? Chang Yang had a sly smile. It was obvious he was holding back laughter. If people who dig up and offer their treasure because they're afraid of the demonic sect aren't funny, then what else in the world is? Why, you jerk? It seemed like he touched a sensitive point. His face turned red. No matter what the Lord does, he'll rip your jaws to shreds. Because of what you did. Subdue this man now and bring him to me. Yes. Those who were present moved to encircle the disciples of Mount Hua, and Bak Chon sighed at this. Well, this was a provocative approach. I don't understand how he manages to excel in it. Isn't it because he has no intention of preventing a fight? He simply says what he wants. That aspect frightens me even more. True. Bak Chon quickly scanned the area with his gaze. There were 40 warriors, and it was not a negligible number to contend with. It seems like you've lost your reason in the Central Plains. How dare you attempt to confront us with such a small number? Chapter 493, We Stepped Too Far Already, 3. Faster. Go Jin Tak, the leader of the ice sword troops of the Ice Palace, urged his subordinates with a loud voice. The sharp wind blew through their faces, but their running speed didn't slow down at all. Are they the kids from Mount Hua? Go Jin Tak's mouth twisted. It was funny that their troops were given a mission to hold back such insignificant people. It was like using a butcher knife for hens. However, they were warriors of Ice Palace. No matter how insignificant it may be, they had to do their best. That was the way of the Ice Palace and the way of the ice sword troops. Captain. A sharp voice came from behind. There, ahead. Go Jin Tak raised his eyes and looked ahead. And through the raging blizzard, something moved quickly. Is this the battle? Seems like we're late. Fuck. Go Jin Tak smiled a little at his subordinate's words. When there is a battle, it means there is an enemy. That means we aren't so late. He reached for the sword at his waist as excitement coursed through him. Let's go and play. It was at that moment, just as he was about to rush ahead. A strange sight began to unfold. Some of those fighting began to run towards him. What is with them? Looks like they want to deal with us. Ha. Go Jin Tak laughed. The closer they got, the clearer the image became. Judging by their clothes and running form, they were not warriors from the Ice Palace. Seems like the kids of Mount Hua. A sneer formed on his lips. How dare they draw their swords against us? But I guess we should have expected this from the people of the Central Plains. Go Jin Tak, who spoke in a low voice, eventually let out a roar. Subdue all of them. Those who resist till the end will be killed. Yes. After giving the order, he jumped off the ground and increased his speed. He had no intention of relying on his subordinates. He aimed to take down the daring brat who was in the lead. The running kid was also sprinting straight forward, probably having the same thought without showing any hesitation. That daring fool. Feeling grief at this sight, Go Jin Tak swung his sword filled with internal chi towards the enemy's head. Kang. Soon, a loud metallic sound was heard, and Go Jin Tak's body was forced back. Ads by Pub Future. What? For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. But he felt intense pain in his wrists, forearms and the blizzard's chill hitting his face. Tumble. He managed to twist his body and landed on the ground. And then, his expression changed. A white sword was aimed at him, and the opponent's face remained calm. You. Before Go Jin Tak could finish his sentence, the man in front of him interrupted. Bak Chon, the second-class grade disciple of Mount Hua. And you. Go Jin Tak stood up and then aimed his sword straight at Bak Chon. Go Jin Tak, the leader of the ice sword troops of the North Sea Ice Palace. Northward sword. Northward sword Go Jin Tak. Bak Chon nodded. Forgive me for not prolonging this conversation. Instead, I will be sure to remember your name. Cheeky bastard. The provocation caused Go Jin Tak's body to tremble. However, he couldn't confront Bak Chon due to the pain in his hand, which made him hesitate. This incredible power. The difference wasn't remarkably vast, but he couldn't comprehend how Bak Chion's thin sword could possess so much power. Captain. Upon noticing that Go Jin Tak's ferocity had diminished, his followers called out to him. Only then did he regain his senses. Such an unsightly look. He bit his lip and aimed his sword. I will admit it. So, even if my sword kills you, please don't hate me. Bak Chon grinned in response. Of course. With that, Bak Chon took a step forward. And here we go again with that guy. But why doesn't that guy hate Sasuk? It's a mistake. Put your fist down now. How did Sehyung end up being so violent? I didn't get violent, you lost your mind. Hey Yun, trailing behind Jo Gul and Yoon Jong, can answer that. Amitabha. I think they're both right. The world was fair. Stop talking nonsense and focus. Stay calm. Yes, Sehyung. Jo Gul's and Yoon Jong's swords gleamed simultaneously while Yu Yi-sol ran with her mouth slightly open. So. Yes, Sego. Forward. Ads by Pub Future. Tang So clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on the sword as Yu Yi-sol told her. I am by your side. It's not so difficult to just show your skills. Yes. At a novel burn at that. Tang So shouted confidently. With Bak Chon standing in the center, Yoon Jong, Jo Gul, Yu Yi-sol, and Tang So, who was split onto the left and right, pulled the sword out. The snowflakes, which felt like flower petals, cut the air with a sharp sound. And then it didn't stop there. It stretched out further ahead to oppose the opponent's sword. Swish. A quick sword flashed. At this unexpected speed, the members of the ice sword troops became scared and brandished their swords. Kang. But the sword of Mount Hua didn't end with a single slash. Part. The sword moved even faster than the first slash. The sword, which was mixed with odd movement and unseen speed, was so fantastic that it can be described in words. Chak. The half-frozen leather clothes cracked in an instant, and blood gushed out. Kuak. Frustrated with such an exchange, the ice sword troops stepped back and looked surprised. Fast. They could do this with just one slash. The swords of Mount Hua were swift. Those who appeared young moved like experienced warriors who have faced the trials of Kango for years and were targeting vital points. Those who faced them were terrified of death. The warriors of Mount Hua relentlessly stabbed their swords, refusing to let go of their opportunity to win. Kuak. The Ice Palace warriors tried to hold their ground. Still, a barrage of swords overwhelmed them, preventing them from maintaining their usual formation. Their disrupted formation caused their swords to lose their proper chi, continually weakening them. And slash. The ice sword troops were shocked as the sword swiftly cut through them. They soon lost the ability to scream and collapsed. Even in the midst of this chaos, Yoon Jong's face remained unperturbed. Compared to those who had lived as swordsmen in the North Sea for decades, those young swordsmen appeared more experienced. Realizing they had lost their role as swordsmen, grief took over them. Jo Gul's sword moved rapidly. Kang. The warriors from the Ice Palace were pushed back in this fight for power, and their feet made deep marks in the snow. Ha! Jo Gul, who confirmed the distance had widened, let out a short flow of chi and swung his sword. The tip of his sword trembled with dozens of plum blossoms appearing. Like snow plum blossoms in midwinter, it was an extreme attack of the sword, but Jo Gul's plum blossoms were blossoming with the white snow in the most perfect manner. A truly shocking sight. The most amazing sword technique in the Central Plains was now showing off its beauty in this distant North Sea land. Ads by Pub Future. At the sight of the flying red plum blossoms, the Ice Palace warriors were shocked. This sword technique is... Anyone who was from the Ice Palace would have imagined this. An ideal of wanting to cut through the fierce snow with their swords. And they would imagine that they could one day achieve that with enough effort. But this was the moment they realized it. If they wanted to reach that stage, they should have started sooner. If that was the case, they could have stopped the plum blossoms. Now, with their skills, they couldn't even take down one plum blossom. Quick! The plum blossom petals fluttered in the snowstorm and pierced through the warrior's body. With shallow wounds, the man collapsed and started bleeding. The wounds weren't too deep, but their number on his body rendered him unconscious. Nice. At the moment when Jo Gul, who happily clenched his fists, was about to attack the opponent, he heard Yoon Jong's cold voice. So crude. Stay calm, Gul. This is life. Yes, Sehyung. Jo Gul, who managed to control his emotions, lowered his sword slightly. After ensuring that it was stable, Yoon Jong nodded and also put his sword down. This guy is definitely something. The speed at which Jo Gul had become stronger was terrifying. However, his innate clumsiness made him appear unstable. His speed and agility was something that Yoon Jong could never match. But one should not be content with that alone. Excessive excitement and emotions can lead to mistakes in battles. Let's go. Yes. The two swung their swords at the approaching ice sword troops. Jo Gul's fast and swift sword and Yoon Jong's heavy and solid sword began to move in perfect harmony. Slash. Slash. The opponents fell like leaves in the wind as their swords were locked together. While one focused on attacking, the other focused on defense, nullifying any gaps that could be exploited. While one person attacked from the front, the other defended from behind. A swift attack originated from behind, yet there was no fear in their movements. They possessed unwavering confidence and trust. These two individuals wouldn't be easily pushed back, even in the face of the 10,000 people clan. And despite the Ice Palace's renowned military power, the 10,000 people clan warriors proved superior. However, things would have been different if this had occurred a few months ago. But now, these two people had reached a state where they had gained experience. And as a result, the experience they had been lacking was gradually being integrated into their bodies. That was why they currently had no fear of anything. Let's finish this quickly and help Se-hyung. Don't try to be clever. Their opponents' faces grew pale every time the red plum blossoms bloomed. The petals, staining the snow red, felt colder than the North Sea winds. Run. Ack. Flustered and shocked voices came from all around the battlefield. Jo Gul's sword sliced alongside Yoon Jong like lightning through a plum blossom. They hadn't parted with their swords for a single day since Changyang entered their lives. Through their swords and hardships, they brought forth the blooming of plum blossoms. Jo Gul, who effortlessly dominated his opponent, gritted his teeth and laughed mischievously. I apologize for shocking you. My sword is faster. Ah. I told you not to. Although the battle was actually heading in an unusual direction. Chapter 494, we stepped too far already, 4. Next. Yes. Tang Soso slightly bent her knees, lowering her sword, and her stance, that now resembled a cat ready to pounce, and aimed for the opponent's neck. Kakakig. The opponent's face showed clear confusion as they barely managed to block the attack. It was not easy to showcase one's skills in real-life combat. Unlike when swinging a sword with a clear mind, emotions tend to run high in actual combat. A person's own sword could either put their life at risk or lead to defeat against the opponent's sword. In such moments, maintaining composure was not an easy task. It required a lot of experience. Relax your wrists and put strength into your toes. Yes. If one could not control their body, at least one should keep it stable. That would be far better than any awkward teachings, that novel but not at. Tang Soso focused on calming her breathing. I still have a long way to go. The other Se-hyung and Sajays held their swords from childhood. Just because Changyang changed the way of Mount Hua and included her in the training, her basic training wouldn't disappear. Jiam also focused their efforts on the basics, and the training time with the sword was fixed. However, Tang Soso was in the process of building a foundation with the sword. No matter how talented she was, even with Changyang and Yu Yisale teaching her intently, she still couldn't catch up with the others. Which is why she didn't think too much. Trying to jump over the Se-hyungs in one leap would be plain arrogance to her and insulting to her Se-hyungs too. There wasn't a single disciple of Mount Hua who would neglect their training, and there was no one who wasn't serious about the sword. Be it 10 years or 20, I will catch up one day. Changyang once said. Among the plum blossoms which bloomed on the same plum tree, there wasn't a single one that bloomed in a similar way. Some flowers bloomed early, and others bloomed late, but blooming late didn't diminish their beauty. Therefore, she should feel bad for blooming late. Tang Soso slowly grasped her sword. Her movements were swift and sharp, and her impatience was fading away. All right. Yu Yisale whispered in a low voice as she widened her stance. Just one step apart. That distance was enough to show her trust in Tang Soso. Say go. Understanding the significance of this distance, Tang Soso bit her lip. Protecting her didn't simply mean staying close to her. The daughter of the Tang family. A member of the Physicians Guild. All of these were her, yet at the same time, not her. I am a swordsman of Mount Hua. The tip of Tang Soso's sword began to unexpectedly bring forth plum blossoms. They were not clear or in a sequence. But despite their clumsy appearance, they were undoubtedly plum blossoms. Even if 10,000 plum blossoms bloomed, no two flowers would be the same. At this place, Tang Soso's plum blossoms were blooming for the first time, and this made Yu Yisale's lips quiver. A smile so large that it was an unusual sight on her face. One step. Cha. Yu Yisale's feet glide on the snow again. Ads by Pub Future. There was no reason to suppress her sword, just to watch the new plum blossoms around her. She, too, was still lacking, and there wouldn't be many chances to have real fights. Unlike Tang Soso, her soft and graceful sword flew as if they were embracing her shocked opponents. Swish. Swish. Like moonlight shining in the darkness, her sword slowly found the gaps in her opponents. Simply perfect movement. Her sword was still hers, and yet it was different. Simple but soft, sharp but flexible. Ah! Her cold iron sword was hastily blocked. Yet her gentle slash climbed up the opponent's shoulder and cut it. Slash. Slash. She ensured that they could no longer fight by slashing away at their wrists and knees. However, her sword didn't stop there. It was a terrifying yet mesmerizing sight. For those who faced her sword directly, it was pure horror. A single sword slash. Yu Yisale's cold voice cut through the air, shocking Tang Soso. Be on guard. Yes. Tang Soso clenched her teeth and chased after Yu Yisale. The only one who was there to watch her back was Tang Soso. What's going on? Go Jin Tak's eyes trembled. Were they being pushed back? Not only were they pushed, but it was a one-sided fight. How is this possible? They hadn't exhausted their strength running all the way here, so it didn't make sense to be dominated by a group of young people like this. But that didn't mean they were going to be defeated. They had high numbers on their side, and since they were human, these children could not defeat them all. However, the fact that a perfect defeat was a real possibility was a shock for him. Was the Mount-Hua-sect this strong? It was a sect that didn't even have a name for itself. But he couldn't think of anything further. There was no way anyone could think of something else when a sword was moving toward their face. Go Jin Tak was scared and tilted his head to the side. However, it was impossible to avoid it completely, and his cheek was slashed as blood flowed. The cut burned as if it was on fire, and Go Jin Tak corrected his form. I am not so weak that you can think about other things as we duel. Bak Chon fixed his eyes on him with a cold look. Before you think of your subordinates, you should think about yourself. If not, you will fall before they do. At those words, Go Jin Tak's face turned cold. This is where you stop being so cocky. With all due respect, I was never cocky. I simply stated the truth. This. Go Jin Tak, who was upset by this, gritted his teeth and summoned his internal chi. Soon, white frost began to form on his sword. I have changed my mind. Even if you surrender, I won't spare your life. Ads by Pub Future. It seems like nothing will change. I had no intention of surrendering in the first place. You. Go Jin Tak shouted with all his might and swiftly stabbed his sword. Despite his excitement, the sword moved true. 7 sword forms rushed toward Bak Chon. They were aimed at his face, stomach, shoulders, and legs. But, shush. Bak Chon wouldn't fall so easily. The tip of his sword swayed, and dozens of plum blossoms soon bloomed in the air. Kang! The flowers skillfully blocked the flying sword. It wasn't showy, and he didn't aim sharply at the enemy. It was a precise defense without unnecessary movement. It was the most efficient sword technique. Quack! Go Jin Tak's sword crossed paths with Bak Chion's sword without ever considering surrender. His fierce sword chi tore through the air and Bak Chon mercilessly, like a raging storm. It could cut, stab, or do anything. The cold sword breaking snow. This was the technique that Go Jin Tak was most confident in. One of the 12 forms of ice from the North Sea Ice Palace. The sight of the pale white swords raging fiercely in the air resembled a whirlwind. However, Bak Chion's eyes showed no hint of fear. No matter how splendid and complex the sword technique was, it didn't faze him. Observe. Like a subtle gust of wind in the dense air. It can be like this. His sword was different. There were no gaps, even though his opponent released a sword chi that was incomparable to his. Compared to the despair he felt when facing a sword head-on, this meant nothing. Bak Chon firmly thrust his sword forward, fueled by his internal chi. Swish. The sword glowed bright white with gusts of sword chi, sharp like sunlight piercing through the clouds. Huck. Upon seeing the white sword chi rushing towards him, Go Jin Tak had no choice but to dodge. After rolling on the ground, he halted to gaze in shock at Bak Chon. The warrior had evaded Bak Chion's sword in a disgraceful manner, but those thoughts were no longer present. Only questions remained. How? He had fought countless opponents before, but this was the first for him. Even when faced with warriors of Kango, there were instances when his sword was overpowered, but the blade had never been destroyed before. He swallowed hard and leaped back up. This wasn't a friendly spar. Even if he inquired, the other person would not explain, and there was no guarantee that his life wouldn't be at risk. Completely relinquishing his arrogance towards his adversary, he gritted his teeth and launched an attack at Bak Chon. You. Bak Chon furrowed his brows. The captain of the 10,000 people. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that he was inferior to that man, but this man was simply more untrained. Ads by Pub Future. So. Pat. Before Go Jin Tak could reach him, Bak Chion's sword chi rushed again. Kang. Quack. The swift sword struck fast and nearly broke Go Jin Tak's wrist. Kang. Once more. Kang. And once more. Go Jin Tak's energy waned, and his run slowed. Wet. The wind roared, and hundreds of plum blossoms filled the air. Go Jin Tak realized that this was the most beautiful sword technique he had ever seen. He was lost in the vista for a moment. This brief moment was not something Bak Chon would miss. Swish. His sword moved like lightning between the plum blossoms. In an instant, Bak Chion's blade pierced through the flowers and clashed with Go Jin Tak's sword. It flew into the air and pierced itself into the ground. Puig. Go Jin Tak looked at the sword stuck in the snow. You. Crack. At that moment, Bak Chon pierced through Go Jin Tak's shoulder. His cold eyes met Go Jin Tak's bloodshot eyes. I learned well. Thud. As Bak Chon greeted him politely, Go Jin Tak knelt down. Bak Chon raised his sword into the air. Chak. The blood on the sword dripped onto the snow. Bak Chon glanced at the fallen man before moving on. Next. When Bak Chon spoke calmly, the other warriors flinched and stepped back. See, Captain. Strong, he is too strong. Having completely overpowered his opponent, Bak Chon continued forward to finish off the others. Chang Yang, who had been observing the disciples from a distance, touched Bak Ah. Dong Ryong won. Yoon Jong and Zhou Gul are fighting well. Yisrael doesn't need to be mentioned, and So-So is fighting well. Haha. Then. There's nothing for me to do. He usually dealt with situations like these, but only if they needed help. Chang Yang would appear there with a flourish. No, that. They had grown too much. Chang Yang, a victim of their growth, crouched down and mumbled. I need to find something to eat. It would get even colder if he just stayed still. Ugh, it was so cold. Chapter 494, we stepped too far already, 4. Next. Yes. Tang So-So slightly bent her knees, lowering her sword, and her stance, that now resembled a cat ready to pounce, and aimed for the opponent's neck. Kakakig. The opponent's face showed clear confusion as they barely managed to block the attack. It was not easy to showcase one's skills in real-life combat. Unlike when swinging a sword with a clear mind, emotions tend to run high in actual combat. A person's own sword could either put their life at risk or lead to defeat against the opponent's sword. In such moments, maintaining composure was not an easy task. It required a lot of experience. Relax your wrists and put strength into your toes. Yes. If one could not control their body, at least one should keep it stable. That would be far better than any awkward teachings, but novel than at hat. Tang So-So focused on calming her breathing. I still have a long way to go. The other Sehyang and Sajays held their swords from childhood. Just because Chang Yang changed the way of Mount Hua and included her in the training, her basic training wouldn't disappear. An Jiam also focused their efforts on the basics, and the training time with the sword was fixed. However, Tang So-So was in the process of building a foundation with the sword. No matter how talented she was, even with Chang Yang and Yu Yisrael teaching her intently, she still couldn't catch up with the others. Which is why she didn't think too much. Trying to jump over the Sehyangs in one leap would be plain arrogance to her and insulting to her Sehyangs too. There wasn't a single disciple of Mount Hua who would neglect their training, and there was no one who wasn't serious about the sword. Be it 10 years or 20, I will catch up one day. Chang Yang once said. Among the plum blossoms which bloomed on the same plum tree, there wasn't a single one that bloomed in a similar way. Some flowers bloomed early, and others bloomed late, but blooming late didn't diminish their beauty. Therefore, she should NT feel bad for blooming late. Tang Soso slowly grasped her sword. Her movements were swift and sharp, and her impatience was fading away. "All right," Yu Yisale whispered in a low voice as she widened her stance. Just one step apart. That distance was enough to show her trust in Tang Soso. "Say go." Understanding the significance of this distance, Tang Soso bit her lip. Protecting her didn't simply mean staying close to her. The daughter of the Tang family. A member of the Physicians Guild. All of these were her, yet at the same time, not her. "I am a swordsman of Mount Hua." The tip of Tang Soso's sword began to unexpectedly bring forth plum blossoms. They were not clear or in a sequence. But despite their clumsy appearance, they were undoubtedly plum blossoms. Even if 10,000 plum blossoms bloomed, no two flowers would be the same. At this place, Tang Soso's plum blossoms were blooming for the first time, and this made Yu Yisile's lips quiver. A smile so large that it was an unusual sight on her face. One step. Sha. Yu. Chapter 495, We stepped too far already, 5. Goo. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. A majestic golden light illuminated the world, which was previously washed with the white of the snow. Yet. Woom. Simultaneously, the sound of buzzing bees filled the air, and the light burst forth like water rushing from a broken pipe. ACKKKKK. Kuak. Thrown back by the immense power, those affected screamed in desperation. It appeared as though they had been forcefully kicked by some powerful force. "This is fraud." Joe Gul, observing the scene, muttered to himself. "No." Then, wearing a sorrowful expression, he let out a scream. Someone has to cut the air 77 times to execute a technique. It's like they've done it 5 or 6 times with just one blow. Quack. Damn it. If I had known this, I would have joined Shaolin, too. Why did I come to Mount Hua? No, you insane bastard. Exclamation mark. Yun Jong unsheathed his sword and delivered a powerful kick to Joe Gul. Kuh. Joe Gul was struck on the side and tumbled to the ground. Yet, as he spoke, Yun Jong's anger showed no signs of subsiding. I will talk to you later. Is this bastard really doing this right now? I didn't do anything wrong, Se-hyung. Shut up. Yes. Joe Gul immediately fell silent since he was a junior and did not wish to deal with Yun Jong's anger. Wasn't Yun Jong the type of person who can be stopped when he had a clear vision in mind? But this is a little unfair. The circumstances were different. He understood why Shaolin's martial arts were considered the best in the world. Of course, it might have appeared superior to others because the person using it was also skilled. Anyway, the monk isn't playing around either. That's because the image of Changyang bullying him and making him cry was clear in their minds. If you thought about it, wasn't he the most valued person in the Shaolin sect? A man who would have been respected for his skills in Shaolin if he hadn't come across Changyang. That man was. Ha, Amitabha. Die. Die now. Behaving like that. Every time Hei Yun threw a punch, the ice sword troops would be sent flying like kicked straws. Regardless of the differences in martial arts and their usage, Hei Yun's dominance felt like it was slightly unfair. You. Ache. When a sword suddenly flew in front of his face, Joe Gul instinctively dodged. No. Are you actually crazy? Witnessing the scene, Yun Jong's eyes turned bloodshot. How could anyone be so foolish as to lose focus in the middle of a fight? Feeling Yun Jong's gaze on his back, Joe Gul broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly made his way towards the ice sword troops. His sword moved twice as fast as before, along with an increase in his internal energy. And he started sweating twice as much. Fortunately for Joe Gul, Yun Jong couldn't keep his attention on him. This was due to Hei Yun's wild rampage. Ah. Kwang. Amitabha. Thud. Every time Hei Yun extended his hand, a golden light flashed. The ice sword troops flew away helplessly like autumn leaves. That's really serious. Who would call this man a disciple of Shaolin? For Shaolin, benevolence was the main focus of its teachings. However, Hei Yun's technique had no trace of it, and his fists moved like claws. Looking at Hei Yun, who had a small body but radiated terrifying power as he crossed the battlefield, he appeared more like a member of the forces of evil than a Shaolin monk. This is all the karma of Mount Hua. To be precise, it was anger caused by Changyang's involvement. Amitabha. Yun Jong, who disregarded this disturbing scene, shook his head and moved toward the ice sword troops, who had lost their motivation to fight. Bang Pio's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, his face pale. Anyone with eyes could see that the tide had turned. How did it all come to this? It was natural for the prisoners who managed to get their dantian working to attack the guards. They were the close aides to the previous palace lord. If only they could utilize their internal chi, they wouldn't be down there at all. But the ice sword troops were different. That. He Yun now emitted a bright light from his eyes and overwhelmed the ice sword troops. What are those people? Bang Pio turned to see what was happening. How could the fight be so one-sided? The ice sword troops were one of the main forces in the ice palace. They might not be the best or represent the ice palace, but they were not weak either. Yet, these kids were pushing him back. How could he accept this reality? I need to escape. Bang Pio's mind started working quickly. The battle was lost now. At this rate, no one would be able to escape, and everyone would be captured. Someone had to get out of here and inform the palace lord. The fact that the prisoners had escaped and those who came as guests had drawn their swords. At that moment, Bang Pio searched for a way to escape. That bastard is using his head. Yosa Hyun, who had just dealt with the guard blocking the way, slowly approached the room. He raised the supreme yin chi with both hands. Bang Pio's heart sank as he witnessed this. Why Yosa Hyun? It's nice that you speak my name. Compared to when you were fawning over the second elder, things have changed, haven't they? Am I wrong, Bang Pio? Unknowingly, Bang Pio stepped back. Did you think it will be alright? The palace lord. If I was afraid of him, I wouldn't have started this. Yosa Hyun's eyes shone. Anyone who tried to talk after looking into those eyes was either stupid or just dumb. Unfortunately, Bang Pio wasn't someone like that. He held up his hand as if threatening him and took a step back. Elder Yo, if it was you from the past, I surely can compete with you. You understand perfectly. But are you in your usual state? No matter how much strength you regain, the stiffness of the chi flowing in your body, which has accumulated over time, cannot be eliminated. Yosa Hyun frowned. Bang Pio's words weren't entirely wrong. He had regained his strength, but his body was not the same as before, not even close. The same applied to every other prisoner down there. With this kind of body. Bang Pio stepped forward. The coldness of yin chi surged towards Yosa Hyun. Quack. Yosa Hyun was immediately hit by it as he attempted to jump towards Bang Pio. However, the man was already in motion. This. Yosa Hyun's expression changed as he pursued Bang Pio. If they were to lose them like this, things would drastically change. Ha! But at that exact moment, it had novel been at. Quang! With a thunderous impact, an arrow, which had soared like a kite, crashed into the ground. Jake. Yosa Hyun stood tall and blinked. A massive circle loomed before his eyes. That. What bewildered him more than the pit was what he saw within. Chung Yang, scratching his head, crouched atop Bang Pio's oddly contorted body. How did I step on him too hard? Bang Pio convulsed, foam bubbling from his mouth. Yosa Hyun's mouth fell open. Chung Yang, we've gathered them all. Chung Yang turned his head at Bak Cheon's words. The ice sword troops and subdued guards filled his vision. About half of them were unconscious, while the other half were awake, their faces a mix of shock and concealed anger. TSK. Observing this, Chung Yang clicked his tongue. Behind them, the former prisoners trembled with unresolved anger. The guards flinched with each swaying body. Eventually, Yosa Hyun intervened and calmed down. Everyone, please remain calm. It is known that these people are not guilty of the sins attributed to them. We all know that the true culprit is Sol Chun Sang, right? Of course, Elder, we know. But why wouldn't I understand your feelings? However, if we take matters into our own hands, we will become no different from them. His calm and collected words caused the prisoners to sigh in relief. Chung Yang, who observed this, was impressed. He is intelligent. He wasn't sure if this man was naturally inclined to be this way or if it was a result of the bond formed after spending so much time in the Barren Valley. Either way, the prisoners here were following his lead. First, Yosa Hyun bowed his head to Chung Yang and his group. We have received a great deal of kindness that we cannot repay in this lifetime. Bak Chon immediately embraced that idea. As a disciple of Mount Hua, I did what I had to do. Don't worry. Truly, it was a demeanor and action that can be explained with words. Just as Yosa Hyun was about to give a further answer. Move out of the way. Chung Yang grabbed Bak Chon and pushed him back. Ouch. Seeing him fly away and roll in the snow, Chung Yang frowned. Why are you acting like everything's done? This is just the beginning. Well, even if they die soon, it's nothing more than a waste. Ads by Pub Future. Damn it. This bastard. Bak Chon rolled his eyes and rushed back, with Yoon Jong and Jo Gul naturally grabbing his arms. Let's calm down a bit, Sasuk. There's nothing wrong with it. What's your problem, rat? Jo Gul quickly avoided Bak Cheon's gaze. And Chung Yang didn't even pay attention to what was happening. How's your body? It will take a few days to rest. Even if you do, you won't regain the original skills. They couldn't train their martial arts together for years. It would take a long time for them to restore their original skills. Well, nothing can be done about it. However, Chang Yang shrugged. Do you know what you need to do? Of course. Yose Hyun nodded. But how did you know that the supporters of the former lord were hiding in the North Sea? A man we met before named Han Yimyang said that. He had to go through a lot. It can be easy to hide with a child in this land. There must have been some help. The old man looked at Chang Yang, impressed. It was easy to see him as stupid because of his frivolous attitude and the way he spoke, but this man was a Taoist named Chang Yang, who was sharper than he looked. Of course, his anxiety didn't die down even after realizing that. Can I leave the fate of the North Sea to this man? But now, there was no other way. According to Chang Yang's words, it wouldn't be long before a terrible bloody scent blew over the North Sea. As a person of the North Sea, as a soldier of the North Sea Ice Palace, they had to stop this. Yose Hyun opened his mouth with a solemn face. Then for now. Ah, wait. Then Chang Yang raised his hand to stop him. Then, he turned his head and looked at the captured warriors of the Ice Palace. There is nothing good about having too many ears listening to this. Let us sort it out first. What do you plan? Chang Yang thought and crossed his arms as he mumbled. If you don't have any regrets, just cut the Hieg. D disciple. The prisoners who had been persecuted were amazed, and Chang Yang licked his lips. That would be nice, but I am a famous Taoist, so I cannot kill life so easily. Phew. Yose Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Taoists were typically good-natured, but this one had a mischievous side to him. Throw them. Ha! Chang Yang shouted, pointing with his chin towards the cliff. So. Give them the poison. Yes, Se-hyung. Then he chuckled. It should be enough to give them the poison and throw them into the valley. If they're lucky, they'll be found and come out alive. If not, well, tough luck. Ah. Untie the rope beforehand. It'll be annoying if they try to climb up. What? Just throw them in quickly. I'm busy. Seeing Chang Yang speak so calmly, Yose Hyun smiled. This guy is worse than the demonic sect. At least they let their victims have a rope. And he was determined to avoid getting on the wrong side of this Taoist named Chang Yang in the future. Chapter 495, We stepped too far already, 5. Goo. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. A majestic golden light illuminated the world, which was previously washed with the white of the snow. Yet. Woong. Simultaneously, the sound of buzzing bees filled the air, and the light burst forth like water rushing from a broken pipe. ACKKKKK. Kuak. Thrown back by the immense power, those affected screamed in desperation. It appeared as though they had been forcefully kicked by some powerful force. This is fraud. Joe Gul, observing the scene, muttered to himself. No. Then, wearing a sorrowful expression, he let out a scream. Someone has to cut the air 77 times to execute a technique. It's like they've done it 5 or 6 times with just one blow. Quack. Damn it. If I had known this, I would have joined Shaolin, too. Why did I come to Mount Hua? No, you insane bastard. Exclamation mark. Yoon Jong unsheathed his sword and delivered a powerful kick to Joe Gul. Kuh. Joe Gul was struck on the side and tumbled to the ground. Yet, as he spoke, Yoon Jong's anger showed no signs of subsiding. I will talk to you later. Is this bastard really doing this right now? I didn't do anything wrong, Se-hyung. Shut up. Yes. Joe Gul immediately fell silent since he was a junior and did not wish to deal with Yoon Jong's anger. Wasn't Yoon Jong the type of person who can be stopped when he had a clear vision in mind? But this is a little unfair. The circumstances were different. He understood why Shaolin's martial arts were considered the best in the world. Of course, it might have appeared superior to others because the person using it was also skilled. Anyway, the monk isn't playing around either. That's because the image of Changyang bullying him and making him cry was clear in their minds. If you thought about it, wasn't he the most valued person in the Shaolin sect? A man who would have been respected for his skills in Shaolin if he hadn't come across Changyang. That man was... Ha, Amitabha. Die. Die now. Behaving like that. Every time He Yun threw a punch, the ice sword troops would be sent flying like kicked straws. Regardless of the differences in martial arts and their usage, He Yun's dominance felt like it was slightly unfair. You. Ache. When a sword suddenly flew in front of his face, Joe Gul instinctively dodged. No. Are you actually crazy? Witnessing the scene, Yoon Jong's eyes turned bloodshot. How could anyone be so foolish as to lose focus in the middle of a fight? Feeling Yoon Jong's gaze on his back, Joe Gul broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly made his way towards the ice sword troops. His sword moved twice as fast as before, along with an increase in his internal energy. And he started sweating twice as much. Fortunately for Joe Gul, Yoon Jong couldn't keep his attention on him. This was due to He Yun's wild rampage. Ah. Kwang. Amitabha. Thud. Every time He Yun extended his hand, a golden light flashed. The ice sword troops flew away helplessly like autumn leaves. That's really serious. Who would call this man a disciple of Shaolin? For Shaolin, benevolence was the main focus of its teachings. However, He Yun's technique had no trace of it, and his fists moved like claws. Looking at He Yun, who had a small body but radiated terrifying power as he crossed the battlefield, he appeared more like a member of the forces of evil than a Shaolin monk. This is all the karma of Mount Hua. To be precise, it was anger caused by Changyang's involvement. Amitabha. Yoon Jong, who disregarded this disturbing scene, shook his head and moved toward the ice sword troops, who had lost their motivation to fight. Bang Pio's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, his face pale. Anyone with eyes could see that the tide had turned. How did it all come to this? It was natural for the prisoners who managed to get their dantian working to attack the guards. They were the close aides to the previous palace lord. If only they could utilize their internal chi, they wouldn't be down there at all. But the ice sword troops were different. That. He Yun now emitted a bright light from his eyes and overwhelmed the ice sword troops. What are those people? Bang Pio turned to see what was happening. How could the fight be so one-sided? The ice sword troops were one of the main forces in the ice palace. They might not be the best or represent the ice palace, but they were not weak either. Yet, these kids were pushing him back. How could he accept this reality? I need to escape. Bang Pio's mind started working quickly. The battle was lost now. At this rate, no one would be able to escape, and everyone would be captured. Someone had to get out of here and inform the palace lord. The fact that the prisoners had escaped and those who came as guests had drawn their swords. At that moment, Bang Pio searched for a way to escape. That bastard is using his head. Yose Hyun, who had just dealt with the guard blocking the way, slowly approached the room. He raised the supreme yin chi with both hands. Bang Pio's heart sank as he witnessed this. Why Yose Hyun? It's nice that you speak my name. Compared to when you were fawning over the second elder, things have changed, haven't they? Am I wrong, Bang Pio? Unknowingly, Bang Pio stepped back. Do you think it will be all right? The palace lord. If I was afraid of him, I wouldn't have started this. Yose Hyun's eyes shone. Anyone who tried to talk after looking into those eyes was either stupid or just dumb. Unfortunately, Bang Pio wasn't someone like that. He held up his hand as if threatening him and took a step back. Elder Yo, if it was you from the past, I surely can compete with you. You understand perfectly. But are you in your usual state? No matter how much strength you regain, the stiffness of the chi flowing in your body, which has accumulated over time, cannot be eliminated. Yose Hyun frowned. Bang Pio's words weren't entirely wrong. He had regained his strength, but his body was not the same as before, not even close. The same applied to every other prisoner down there. With this kind of body, Bang Pio stepped forward. The coldness of yin chi surged towards Yose Hyun. Quack! Yose Hyun was immediately hit by it as he attempted to jump towards Bang Pio. However, the man was already in motion. Yose Hyun's expression changed as he pursued Bang Pio. If they were to lose them like this, things would drastically change. Ha! But at that exact moment, a novel bun hat. Quang! With a thunderous impact, an arrow, which had soared like a kite, crashed into the ground. JJ. Yose Hyun stood tall and blinked. A massive circle loomed before his eyes. What bewildered him more than the pit was what he saw within. Chung Yang, scratching his head, crouched atop Bang Pio's oddly contorted body. Did I step on him too hard? Bang Pio convulsed, foam bubbling from his mouth. Yose Hyun's mouth fell open. Chung Yang, we've gathered them all. Chung Yang turned his head at Bak Cheon's words. The ice sword troops and subdued guards filled his vision. About half of them were unconscious, while the other half were awake, their faces a mix of shock and concealed anger. TSK. Observing this, Chung Yang clicked his tongue. Behind them, the former prisoners trembled with unresolved anger. The guards flinched with each swaying body. Eventually, Yose Hyun intervened and calmed down. Everyone, please remain calm. It is known that these people are not guilty of the sins attributed to them. We all know that the true culprit is Sol Chun Sang, right? Of course, Elder, we know. But why wouldn't I understand your feelings? However, if we take matters into our own hands, we will become no different from them. His calm and collected words caused the prisoners to sigh in relief. Chung Yang, who observed this, was impressed. He is intelligent. He wasn't sure if this man was naturally inclined to be this way or if it was a result of the bond formed after spending so much time in the Barren Valley. Either way, the prisoners here were following his lead. First, Yose Hyun bowed his head to Chung Yang and his group. We have received a great deal of kindness that we cannot repay in this lifetime. Bak Chon immediately embraced that idea. As a disciple of Mount Hua, I did what I had to do. Don't worry. Truly, it was a demeanor and action that can be explained with words. Just as Yose Hyun was about to give a further answer. Move out of the way. Chung Yang grabbed Bak Chon and pushed him back. Ouch. Seeing him fly away and roll in the snow, Chung Yang frowned. Why are you acting like everything's done? This is just the beginning. Well, even if they die soon, it's nothing more than a waste. Ads by Pub Future. Damn it. This bastard. Bak Chon rolled his eyes and rushed back, with Yoon Jong and Jo Gul naturally grabbing his arms. Let's calm down a bit, Sasuk. There's nothing wrong with it. What's your problem, rat? Jo Gul quickly avoided Bak Cheon's gaze. And Chung Yang didn't even pay attention to what was happening. How's your body? It will take a few days to rest. Even if you do, you won't regain the original skills. They couldn't train their martial arts together for years. It would take a long time for them to restore their original skills. Well, nothing can be done about it. However, Chung Yang shrugged. Do you know what you need to do? Of course. Yose Hyun nodded. But how did you know that the supporters of the former lord were hiding in the North Sea? A man we met before named Han Yimyang said that. He had to go through a lot. It can be easy to hide with a child in this land. There must have been some help. The old man looked at Chung Yang, impressed. It was easy to see him as stupid because of his frivolous attitude and the way he spoke, but this man was a Taoist named Chung Yang, who was sharper than he looked. Of course, his anxiety didn't die down even after realizing that. Can I leave the fate of the North Sea to this man? But now, there was no other way. According to Chung Yang's words, it wouldn't be long before a terrible bloody scent blew over the North Sea. As a person of the North Sea, as a soldier of the North Sea Ice Palace, they had to stop this. Yose Hyun opened his mouth with a solemn face. Then for now. Chung Yang thought and crossed his arms as he mumbled. If you don't have any regrets, just cut the Hieg. Disciple. The prisoners who had been persecuted were amazed, and Chung Yang licked his lips. That would be nice, but I am a famous Taoist, so I cannot kill life so easily. Phew. Yose Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Taoists were typically good-natured, but this one had a mischievous side to him. Throw them. Ha! Chang Yang shouted, pointing with his chin towards the cliff. So. Give them the poison. Yes, Se-hyung. Then he chuckled. It should be enough to give them the poison and throw them into the valley. If they're lucky, they'll be found and come out alive. If not, well, tough luck. Ah. Untie the rope beforehand. It'll be annoying if they try to climb up. What? Just throw them in quickly. I'm busy. Seeing Chang Yang speak so calmly, Yose Hyun smiled. This guy is worse than the demonic sect. At least they let their victims have a rope. And he was determined to avoid getting on the wrong side of this Taoist named Chang Yang in the future. Chapter 495, We Stepped Too Far Already, 5. Goo. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. A majestic golden light illuminated the world, which was previously washed with the white of the snow. Yet. Womb. Simultaneously, the sound of buzzing bees filled the air, and the light burst forth like water rushing from a broken pipe. ACKKKKK. Kuak. Thrown back by the immense power, those affected screamed in desperation. It appeared as though they had been forcefully kicked by some powerful force. This is fraud. Joe Gul, observing the scene, muttered to himself. No. Then, wearing a sorrowful expression, he let out a scream. Someone has to cut the air 77 times to execute a technique. It's like they've done it 5 or 6 times with just one blow. Quack. Damn it. If I had known this, I would have joined Shallan, too. Why did I come to Mount Hua? No, you insane bastard. Exclamation mark. Yun Jong unsheathed his sword and delivered a powerful kick to Joe Gul. Kuh. Joe Gul was struck on the side and tumbled to the ground. Yet, as he spoke, Yun Jong's anger showed no signs of subsiding. I will talk to you later. Is this bastard really doing this right now? I didn't do anything wrong, Se-hyung. Shut up. Yes. Joe Gul immediately fell silent since he was a junior and did not wish to deal with Yun Jong's anger. Wasn't Yun Jong the type of person who can be stopped when he had a clear vision in mind? But this is a little unfair. The circumstances were different. He understood why Shallan's martial arts were considered the best in the world. Of course, it might have appeared superior to others because the person using it was also skilled. Anyway, the monk isn't playing around either. That's because the image of Changyang bullying him and making him cry was clear in their minds. If you thought about it, wasn't he the most valued person in the Shallan sect? A man who would have been respected for his skills in Shallan if he hadn't come across Changyang. That man was. Ha, Amitabha. Die. Die now. Behaving like that. Every time Hei Yun threw a punch, the ice sword troops would be sent flying like kicked straws. Regardless of the differences in martial arts and their usage, Hei Yun's dominance felt like it was slightly unfair. You. Ache. When a sword suddenly flew in front of his face, Joe Gul instinctively dodged. No. Are you actually crazy? Witnessing the scene, Yun Jong's eyes turned bloodshot. How could anyone be so foolish as to lose focus in the middle of a fight? Feeling Yun Jong's gaze on his back, Joe Gul broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly made his way towards the ice sword troops. His sword moved twice as fast as before, along with an increase in his internal energy. And he started sweating twice as much. Fortunately for Joe Gul, Yun Jong couldn't keep his attention on him. This was due to Hei Yun's wild rampage. Ah! Kwang! Amitabha! Thud! Every time Hei Yun extended his hand, a golden light flashed. The ice sword troops flew away helplessly like autumn leaves. That's really serious. Who would call this man a disciple of Shallan? For Shallan, benevolence was the main focus of its teachings. However, Hei Yun's technique had no trace of it, and his fists moved like claws. Looking at Hei Yun, who had a small body but radiated terrifying power as he crossed the battlefield, he appeared more like a member of the forces of evil than a Shallan monk. This is all the karma of Mount Hua. To be precise, it was anger caused by Changyang's involvement. Amitabha. Yun Jong, who disregarded this disturbing scene, shook his head and moved toward the ice sword troops, who had lost their motivation to fight. Bang Pio's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, his face pale. Anyone with eyes could see that the tide had turned. How did it all come to this? It was natural for the prisoners who managed to get their dantian working to attack the guards. They were the close aides to the previous palace lord. If only they could utilize their internal chi, they wouldn't be down there at all. But the ice sword troops were different. That. Hei Yun now emitted a bright light from his eyes and overwhelmed the ice sword troops. What are those people? Bang Pio turned to see what was happening. How could the fight be so one-sided? The ice sword troops were one of the main forces in the ice palace. They might not be the best or represent the ice palace, but they were not weak either. Yet, these kids were pushing him back. How could he accept this reality? I need to escape. Bang Pio's mind started working quickly. The battle was lost now. At this rate, no one would be able to escape, and everyone would be captured. Someone had to get out of here and inform the palace lord. The fact that the prisoners had escaped and those who came as guests had drawn their swords. At that moment, Bang Pio searched for a way to escape. That bastard is using his head. Yose Hyun, who had just dealt with the guard blocking the way, slowly approached the room. He raised the supreme yin chi with both hands. Bang Pio's heart sank as he witnessed this. Why Yose Hyun? It's nice that you speak my name. Compared to when you were fawning over the second elder, things have changed, haven't they? Am I wrong, Bang Pio? Unknowingly, Bang Pio stepped back. Did you think it will be alright? The palace lord. If I was afraid of him, I wouldn't have started this. Yose Hyun's eyes shone. Anyone who tried to talk after looking into those eyes was either stupid or just dumb. Unfortunately, Bang Pio wasn't someone like that. He held up his hand as if threatening him and took a step back. Elder Yo, if it was you from the past, I surely can compete with you. You understand perfectly. But are you in your usual state? No matter how much strength you regain, the stiffness of the chi flowing in your body, which has accumulated over time, cannot be eliminated. Yosei Hion frowned. Bang Pio's words weren't entirely wrong. He had regained his strength, but his body was not the same as before, not even close. The same applied to every other prisoner down there. With this kind of body, Bang Pio stepped forward. The coldness of yin chi surged towards Yosei Hion. Quack. Yosei Hion was immediately hit by it as he attempted to jump towards Bang Pio. However, the man was already in motion. Yosei Hion's expression changed as he pursued Bang Pio. If they were to lose them like this, things would drastically change. Ha! But at that exact moment, a novel bun hat. Quang! With a thunderous impact, an arrow, which had soared like a kite, crashed into the ground. JJ. Yosei Hion stood tall and blinked. A massive circle loomed before his eyes. What bewildered him more than the pit was what he saw within. Chang Yang, scratching his head, crouched atop Bang Pio's oddly contorted body. Did I step on him too hard? Bang Pio convulsed, foam bubbling from his mouth. Yosei Hion's mouth fell open. Chang Yang, we've gathered them all. Chang Yang turned his head at Bak Chion's words. The ice sword troops and subdued guards filled his vision. About half of them were unconscious, while the other half were awake, their faces a mix of shock and concealed anger. TSK. Observing this, Chang Yang clicked his tongue. Behind them, the former prisoners trembled with unresolved anger. The guards flinched with each swaying body. Eventually, Yosei Hion intervened and calmed down. Everyone, please remain calm. It is known that these people are not guilty of the sins attributed to them. We all know that the true culprit is Sol Chun Sang, right? Of course, Elder, we know. But why wouldn't I understand your feelings? However, if we take matters into our own hands, we will become no different from them. His calm and collected words caused the prisoners to sigh in relief. Chang Yang, who observed this, was impressed. He is intelligent. He wasn't sure if this man was naturally inclined to be this way or if it was a result of the bond formed after spending so much time in the Barren Valley. Either way, the prisoners here were following his lead. First, Yosei Hion bowed his head to Chang Yang and his group. We have received a great deal of kindness that we cannot repay in this lifetime. Bak Chan immediately embraced that idea. As a disciple of Mount Hua, I did what I had to do. Don't worry. Truly, it was a demeanor and action that can be explained with words. Just as Yosei Hion was about to give a further answer. Move out of the way. Chang Yang grabbed Bak Chan and pushed him back. Ouch. Seeing him fly away and roll in the snow, Chang Yang frowned. Why are you acting like everything's done? This is just the beginning. Well, even if they die soon, it's nothing more than a waste. Ads by Pub Future. Damn it. This bastard. Bak Chan rolled his eyes and rushed back, with Yoon Jong and Jo Gul naturally grabbing his arms. Let's calm down a bit, Sasuk. There's nothing wrong with it. What's your problem, rat? Jo Gul quickly avoided Bak Chion's gaze. And Chang Yang didn't even pay attention to what was happening. How's your body? It will take a few days to rest. Even if you do, you won't regain the original skills. They couldn't train their martial arts together for years. It would take a long time for them to restore their original skills. Well, nothing can be done about it. However, Chang Yang shrugged. Do you know what you need to do? Of course. Yosei Hion nodded. But how did you know that the supporters of the former lord were hiding in the North Sea? A man we met before named Han Yin Yang said that. He had to go through a lot. It can be easy to hide with a child in this land. There must have been some help. The old man looked at Chang Yang, impressed. It was easy to see him as stupid because of his frivolous attitude and the way he spoke, but this man was a Taoist named Chang Yang, who was sharper than he looked. Of course, his anxiety didn't die down even after realizing that. Can I leave the fate of the North Sea to this man? But now, there was no other way. According to Chang Yang's words, it wouldn't be long before a terrible bloody scent blew over the North Sea. As a person of the North Sea, as a soldier of the North Sea Ice Palace, they had to stop this. Yosei Hion opened his mouth with a solemn face. Then for now. Wait. Then Chang Yang raised his hand to stop him. Then, he turned his head and looked at the captured warriors of the Ice Palace. There is nothing good about having too many ears listening to this. Let us sort it out first. What do you plan? Chang Yang thought and crossed his arms as he mumbled. If you don't have any regrets, just cut the here. Disciple. The prisoners who had been persecuted were amazed, and Chang Yang licked his lips. That would be nice, but I am a famous Taoist, so I cannot kill life so easily. Phew. Yose Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Taoists were typically good-natured, but this one had a mischievous side to him. Throw them. Ha! Chang Yang shouted, pointing with his chin towards the cliff. So. Give them the poison. Yes, Se-hyung. Then he chuckled. It should be enough to give them the poison and throw them into the valley. If they're lucky, they'll be found and come out alive. If not, well, tough luck. Untie the rope beforehand. It'll be annoying if they try to climb up. What? Just throw them in quickly. I'm busy. Seeing Chang Yang speak so calmly, Yose Hyun smiled. This guy is worse than the demonic sect. At least they let their victims have a rope. And he was determined to avoid getting on the wrong side of this Taoist named Chang Yang in the future. Chapter 496, then make sure to remember, 1. Snap. The sound of footsteps across a shallow stream. Snap. With every step, the sound became duller. Despite years of training as a Taoist, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was still criticized for lacking composure. But no one would mention it right now. What he stood on wasn't water but blood. His face was contorted horrifyingly. The bodies formed a towering heap, and the blood streamed towards him. As he walked, he could sense the blood brushing against his ankles. He couldn't bring himself to accept this. This. A heap of bodies in a river of blood. What other words could capture the sight before them? His fingers shook. How can a person? Deep down, he understood. This was war. War ultimately involved taking another's life. Even so, he could not help but feel anger and nausea rise up from his stomach. Because the cruelty that swept through the land was beyond what he could imagine. How could a man kill another like this? Even if one crushed an ant, it could not be more cruel than this. Clench. A bone-cracking sound came from his clenched fist. Even the red veins on the back of his hands were trembling. And then... Sook. A faint voice came. Chang Yang's gaze shifted to the side. Before his mind could even process it, his body darted towards the location with lightning speed. He swiftly cleared the piled bodies and took hold of his saddle's hand, who was unconscious. Myung-do. Myung-do. As he held Myung-do's cooling hand, he infused pure chi into his body. Chang Yang's voice started trembling, which was unusual. Myung-do, it's all right. Ha. Aye. However, the eyes of Chang Yang, which shifted from Myung-do to his lower body, were consumed by despair. Ugh, at a novel than at hat. The lips he was biting were forcefully torn open, causing blood to trickle down. He couldn't see anything below his waist. Even if there was an immortal god here, rescuing him would be an impossibility. But how would he express it? It's all right. Everything will be fine, Myung-do. Let me heal you. Myung-do, you scoundrel. All right. Don't worry. Sasuk. Yes. Yes. Myung-do. In an instant, life began to drain from Myung-do's face. On the verge of death, he desperately gasped for air, attempting to say something. Please ASUK. Myung-do. Myung's face, panting heavily, contorted with difficulty in breathing and turned to terror. Run-run-oh. Chang Yang, who was desperately listening, had a look of shock on his face. Who was this person? Chang Yang, known as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, was considered one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world. No, describing him as one of the 3 greatest swordsmen was not sufficient. Chang Yang was undeniably the best in the world and, moreover. Ads by Pub Future. Everyone in Mount Hua is well aware of this. Flee. Why? From whom? But his questions were short-lived. Heavenly Demon. Chang Yang's hand tightened as he desperately grasped onto Myung-do's hand. Sasuk. Hold on and go. The words of Myung-do, who was barely breathing, ceased, and his eyes turned lifeless. Chang Yang shook his head, feeling the strength drain from his hand. The metallic tang filled his mouth, and blood trickled from his injured lips, staining his chin. Heavenly Demon. The person responsible for making him witness all of this. The one who murdered his saddle. He was the owner of the demonic sect that ruled over the 10,000 mountains, the demon that shook the world. Heavenly Demon. Chang Yang seized his sword as he rose. Dirty dog. He'll make sure to kill you. It was at that moment. Chang Yang's mouth snapped shut. Simultaneously, his motion ceased. What is this? It was peculiar. Even Chang Yang himself couldn't comprehend why he had stopped. It wasn't by his own choice. To be precise, his body refused to obey, halting of its own accord. And that wasn't the end of it. His head started to tilt. Chang Yang's head shook to one side as though the rusted screws in his body were being forced to move. And his eyes lost their focus. A figure. Yes, that figure. But could that be considered human? The sky turned red with the sunset, and the land was soaked in blood. A man walked slowly in this death-filled land, where it was hard to breathe due to the overwhelming stench of blood. Chang Yang's body twitched, and a wave of nausea washed over him. His stomach churned, making it even harder to breathe. As if some unfamiliar unease was taking hold, his head began to spin. That can't be considered human. That was an intimidating force, unlike anything Chang Yang had ever experienced. That did not seem to fit the world's natural order. The sky and land. Humans in between. It felt like something different, something in the middle of everything that comprised the world, yet it refused to conform to the world's order. Even more potent. He could sense it. He couldn't resist it. Even without an explanation from someone else, how could he not understand, even if it was his first encounter with this entity? If such a thing existed beneath the sky, there was only one name for it. Heavenly Demon. Ads by Pub Future. The demon race's own. And its ruler. The sole ruler of the demonic sect, who conquered the world, an evil that would never be witnessed again. Chang Yang's gaze was entranced by the heavenly demon, unsure of where to settle. His strange black hair grew wild, almost to the chin, and his face looked pale. And oddly, for a member of the demonic sect, his clothes were white and without any marks on them. The red embroidery in the middle of the robe made him feel uneasy. Wasn't this amusing? The fact that the human who had slaughtered numerous people without a drop of blood on his body was wearing a white robe. Wasn't this amusing? More like it was absurd. This. A low sound emanated from Chang Yang's mouth. He understood. This was chaos. He could comprehend why Myungdu had begged him to flee. An overpowering presence, one that the Plum Blossom Sword Saint could not divert his gaze from. Enough fear to cause his heart to tighten. A body that had never gone against his desires was now inwardly screaming. Run. Leave immediately. Yet, Chang Yang did not run. He was unable to run. Was it to seek revenge from Myungdu? Because he had finally been given the opportunity to encounter Heavenly Demon? Yeah, right. It wasn't in Chang Yang's nature to overdo things. Even though he feared that going insane would be preferable, there was one reason why Chang Yang couldn't retreat. Look at me. Chang Yang's face contorted like a demon, yet he remained standing. He continued to exist on a land where death was the only resident, but the gaze of the heavenly demon didn't turn to him. This fact only made Chang Yang's situation even more intolerable. Would a person who killed a group of ants focus on a single ant trying to escape? Perhaps yes. Perhaps not. One could crush it more because it was of no importance or ignore it because it was of no importance. To the heavenly demon, Chang Yang was just like an ant. Therefore, he didn't divert his gaze. Because his life and death were that negligible. And this reality didn't sit well with Chang Yang. Look at me. Chang Yang's eyes were filled with blood. Look at me, you brat. Did his voice reach him? The gaze of heavenly demon, who was alone in the world of blood, turned towards Chang Yang. Even from a distance, his eyes looked directly at Chang Yang. In the face of that gaze, Chang Yang felt his skin crawl. No. There was nothing in those eyes. No emotions, no will, none of it. How could a human's eyes be like that? All he could see were hollow eyes. And after a moment, Heavenly Demon lost interest and resumed walking. That quick glimpse was enough. Ha! Chang Yang scoffed. Does he not notice me? Ads by Pub Future. Or did he not regard him as a threat? His fists tightened. He clenched his teeth and drew the sword. Then I shall ensure you remember. Fear seized his entire body, and his limbs quivered, but Chang Yang lifted the corner of his mouth. I will ensure that you remember me until your dying day. His energy raised, Chang Yang propelled himself off the ground and lunged toward the heavenly demon. He charged toward the overwhelming despair that hung over the world. Just 1 month earlier, the soldiers of death amassed all the might of the Central Plains. They ascended the 10,000 mountains to slay the heavenly demon. Not a single one returned alive. Chang Yang. Startled. Chang Yang stared ahead with wide eyes. Are you okay? Sasuk. Your body is sweating. Are you feeling unwell? After a brief period, he came to the realization that it was merely a dream. Chang Yang extended his hand to erase the clammy perspiration from his forehead. His entire body was drenched. Darn it. Chang Yang let out a curse. Bak Chon didn't inquire as to why and simply observed Chang Yang's expression. Anyone who had glimpsed Chang Yang's face at this moment would have arrived at the same conclusion. Chang Yang, who had been quiet for a moment, leaped to his feet. Hold on. Exactly. And he went straight outside. The cold, barren land of the North Sea, a temporary shelter dug into the ground. As he emerged from the entrance, the cold wind from the North Sea immediately cooled his sweaty body. But Chang Yang didn't even register the chill as he continued to gaze up at the dark sky. Heavenly Demon. Despair filled his heart. Despair came and stole everything. Determination. Chang Yang embraced it. Every time he thought of Heavenly Demon, it felt like lava flowing through his stomach, uncontrollable anger and despair. The hatred was so intense that it seemed like his hair would turn white, and fear gripped his heart. On the day he died. That day, the sight of the mountains haunted him. Sometimes in nightmares, sometimes as memories. It was like a gum that wouldn't come off of his hair. Great Sehyang, and even the sect leader. The faces of those who died without acknowledgement would never be forgotten until the day Chang Yang died again. Not again. It was something that should not exist in this world. One could never know. Maybe. What was the Heavenly Demon? What kind of existence was he? The one who took everything away. Life, emotions, and bonds. Resurrection. Bloodshot eyes glimmered. Do not make me laugh. Son of A. There was no place in this world for the Heavenly Demon to stand again. Chang Yang would ensure it. Nobody would ever dare. No one in the world would be able to take Mount Hua from his grasp. Never. Chapter 497, then make sure to remember, 2. Do-do-do-do. Short legs swiftly glided across the snow. After sprinting with all their might, they stopped and looked around before sprinting once more. Bak-ah, who was scanning the area quickly, moved her legs again. Aho! Woom! Chang-myung kicked Bak-ah. Soaring into the air, Bak-ah quickly turned around and landed without panic, assuming a defensive stance. What the hell, we've been running for 3 days. Are we ever going to leave already? As Chang-myung attempted to run with his eyes wide open, the disciples of Mount Hua quickly rushed towards him and pulled him down. Please wait, Chang-myung. Please be patient. Why are you angry at a creature? It's not just a beast or any ordinary animal. Bak-ah's forehead broke out in cold sweat as she knew that turning back would result in her death. Are you absolutely certain that you're headed in the right direction? We're not going somewhere else, are we? Keek. How dare you go wherever you want to? Chang-myung's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you cannot find them, a marten scarf will be added to Mount Hua's list of belongings. Bak-chon shook his head as he watched Bak-ah sweat profusely. Now, Chang-myung. How can you locate a person just by their scent in this vast North Sea? Why can't we? Of course, you can't. Doing what cannot be done is the nature of the spirit beast. Why waste food on it otherwise? Chang-myung turned to Bak-ah and yelled. If that thing wasn't a spirit animal, it would have been a scarf. I fed you and provided you a place to sleep. As a spirit beast, you should at least repay me. If you can't, go back to where you came from. Where is that place? What did you hear? In the treasury. Ultimately, Bak-chon, who gave up, simply chuckled. This isn't a concern for a Taoist to get involved in. Ordinary individuals wouldn't engage in such behavior. He was not the epitome of perfection, so how could humanity exhibit such peculiarities without undergoing any transformation? No, I believed in you because Meng So mentioned that you are competent, but is this a fraud? What sort of spirit beast are you? All you do is quiver and devour. It managed to catch a lot of fish. Yeah, right. It certainly excelled at that. Observing the disciples of Mount Hua, Yosa Heon cleared his throat. Taoist disciple. Perhaps it is time to alter the approach now. The subordinates of the former palace lord, who had tossed the troops and guards off the cliff, then sought refuge in one of the ice palace's old hideouts. They had to restore it on their own. Nevertheless, Yosa Heon declined to accompany them and joined the party from Mount Hua. It was important to lead them, but finding Seoul So back and determining his whereabouts was even more important. Since this was true, the disciples of Mount Hua had no choice but to allow him to join them. First, finding Seoul So back, convincing him, and then bringing him back to the palace with Han Yimyoung were separate matters. Having Yosa Heon could be useful. I agree, but... Bak-chon thought for a bit while scratching his head. Wouldn't this way be better? Yosa Heon sighed. Taoist disciple, please do not misunderstand me. Yes, go ahead. Ads by Pub Future. Han Yimyoung is highly skilled. Upon hearing this, Bak-chon tilted his head in confusion. If he attempted to conceal his presence, even the disciples would not be able to find him. Yes, we also believe so. There seemed to be an intention from the current palace to find them. This had already been discussed among the disciples of Mount Hua. Currently, he is hiding, trying to avoid being found by the ice palace. If he doesn't reveal himself, tracking him down will be challenging. Key. All attention shifted to Bak-ah. She was tapping the ground with her short legs and pointing in one direction with her paw. What? Yosa Heon was speechless. Why would a marten indicate a location with its paw instead of its mouth? The disciples of Mount Hua murmured in disbelief. It doesn't seem like a normal marten at all. Because it's a spirit beast. No, even if it's a spirit beast. Even a spirit beast was still a beast. But Chang-myung ignored their words, his eyes gleaming. You found them? Key. Really? Key. Chang-myung smiled at that confident nod and gently stroked Bak-ah's head. If it's a lie, it'll really make you into a scarf. Despite the warning, Bak-ah nodded confidently. Let's go. Key. Bak-ah started rushing ahead. Follow. Even without those orders, the disciples of Mount Hua rushed ahead after Bak-ah. Yosa Heon was left alone, looking even more confused as he ran after them. And he wondered. Are they even sane? He knew that the marten was strange. But this was the North Sea. It would have been quicker to find a grain of sand than sniff out people here. And honestly, it was evident that even if they searched for 3 full months like this, they wouldn't even find a trace of Seoul So back's urine. Did I trust him too much? Their skills certainly fooled him. The sword techniques they displayed were powerful and confident, leaving no doubt about the potential assistance. However, skill remained as skill. Experience remained experience. I didn't realize that these young people have so little experience. There's something up ahead. Don't kid around. Suddenly, Yosa Heon screamed. The disciples of Mount Hua all turned around with confused expressions, causing the old man to avert his eyes. This doesn't make any sense. It was a marten, not a dog. How could it track a person by smell? There was a limit to being unreasonable. Ah, not now. Not yet. Even if someone found something, there was no evidence that it was sold so back. Could it be that they found just someone passing by? There was no reason to be so shocked. Ads by Pub Future. His thinking appeared to have become narrow after spending so long in the valley. Feeling relieved at this thought, he cleared his throat. And there, a man. Oh. It is a person. A real one. And it looks like a home. The eyes of Yosa Hyun twitched. He noticed a figure in the distance, which appeared to be human. No, it couldn't possibly be Han Yin-young. Although he stared intently, his red eyes couldn't discern the other person's identity. How could you recognize someone when they're bundled up in thick fur coats? This can't be. Suddenly, they drew nearer. No, oh God. The disciples of Mount Hua. What a strange turn of events. The man who saw them jumped up and approached them with arms wide open. And then he removed the fur coat that covered the face. It was Han Yin-young who greeted them. EHH. We have met again. I am so glad we met again. Warrior Han. Ha ha ha. It is nice to see. An emotional reunion. But there were also people who couldn't appreciate the beauty of it. Yosa Hyun looked at Han Yin-young with an expression that seemed to have lost all hope. Despite his hardships, Yosa Hyun was certain that the person before him was Han Yin-young. What? Was he really seeing Han Yin-young, whom the marten had discovered, in this vast North Sea? How was this even possible? How? Bakar, who had also recognized Han Yin-young, seemed satisfied and puffed out her stomach, almost falling backward. Quack. Truly a remarkable spirit beast. I envy you for taking such good care of the marten. Wow. Incredible. The followers of Mount Hua applauded and admired her. Han Yin-young scowled at the presence of the stranger, while Yosa Hyun looked confused. The former's eyes then widened. First Elder. You're the First Elder. And he approached to speak. Why are you here, huh? What's with that look? First Elder. As he stared at Han Yin-young with bewildered eyes, Yosa Hyun raised his voice. Simply. Huh. I was reflecting on the ridiculousness of this world. Han Yin-young squinted his eyes, questioning if he was witnessing a new form of senility he was unfamiliar with. Yosa Hyun discreetly brushed away the tears from his eyes. Something along those lines. The disciples of Mount Hua held steaming cups of liquid in their hands. Although it was just plain boiled water, hardly passable as tea, the warmth of the drink helped dispel the coldness. Han Yin-young maintained a rigid expression as he observed Yosa Hyun. I am sorry, Elder. I knew the elders and many of our comrades were going through tough times, but I couldn't do anything to help. What are you trying to say? He shook his head. We were merely existing, not taking any action. If the person who protected the only child that mattered in the North Sea is speaking like this, how can we ever hold our heads up high? Elder. Ads by Pub Future. You did a great job. I truly mean it. At that, Han Yin-young clutched his thigh, tears streaming down his face as if all the hardships in life had washed over him. After a long time. Ah, we can deal with that later. But the emotional moment they had hoped for meant nothing to Changmyang, but had novel been at hand. We're in a tight spot. Cut to the chase. Where is that kid? Han Yin-young appeared perplexed for a moment. However, upon recalling the kind of person Changmyang was, he finally spoke. Young Lord Seoul is here. Then you aren't the only one here. Everyone seems to be fulfilling their roles. The place Han Yin-young had chosen to live in was a valley nestled between the vast, snow-covered mountains. Regardless of the skill of Mount Hua's disciples, they wouldn't have been able to find him had he ventured further into the valley. Several strong individuals had made it their hiding place within this inhabitable valley. This is one of the sanctuaries for those who fled during the rebellion in the Ice Palace. What? Yes. It's not just here. There are many more places like this. Changmyang's eyes lit up. Your number seems greater than I thought. If he could gather all the people who escaped and those scattered around, fighting for the Ice Palace wouldn't be impossible. Mister. Yes. Did you hear everything? Han Yin-young nodded. What do you want to do? Disciple. In response to Changmyang's question, Han Yin-young spoke softly. We are fugitives. Although we previously held titles within the Ice Palace, we are now old and weak. Constantly pursued and burdened with survival, we couldn't dedicate ourselves fully to practicing or learning martial arts. Sol Chun Sang is both wicked and skilled. Perhaps the current power in the North Sea is formidable, but we wouldn't emerge victorious even then. Changmyang was taken aback. It was a natural reaction since the world the man knew was filled with defeat, but Han Yin-young continued just as Changmyang was about to speak. But, unlike a moment ago, he stood up with a determined look. There is such a thing as luck in the world. If we miss this chance, the North Sea will fall into their hands forever. And we will have to continue watching those wicked ones ravage the North Sea. Han Yin-young's eyes shone. I will fight. And all who agree with me will fight. Chang Yang smiled and snapped his fingers. Then everything is fine. And he then spoke sympathetically. Whether it's a strategy or not, we're fighting against time. Gather the like-minded people immediately. We'll attack the Ice Palace all at once and reclaim the position of the Lord. Will that be effective? If the Lord falls now, what else can we do? If they resist, we'll keep hitting until we push them aside, and if they refuse to listen, we'll keep hitting until they do. And then from now on. While Chang Yang explained the future plans with eyes wide open, Yun Zhong whispered to Bak Chan as he looked a bit flustered. Sasok. After all, isn't this a plot for treason? Right. No matter how I see it, the fact that we are making plans to usurp the position of the Palace Lord for someone else's land, with our sect's name. Yun Zhong. Haven't we come too far to be talking about it now? Bak Chan smiled and looked at an empty spot in the distance with a satisfied expression. This is the way to be damned, damn it. Sasok. Don't laugh when you say that. Chapter 498, then make sure to remember, 3. Sol So Bak gazed at Han Yimyang and Bak Chan, puzzled. Upon seeing the child's reaction, Bak Chan glanced at Han Yimyang. His eyes held a calmness that suggested the situation had reached this point without him explaining it to the child. Han Yimyang wore a bitter smile. It was because he felt he had done something wrong when he saw the devoted young child's eyes. He looked at Sol So Bak, who seemed confused, and said, Young Lord. You have known this to some extent. Yes. It isn't like I am stupid. But father. At the word father, Han Yimyang shook his head. I am not your father. This made Sol So Bak's eyes tremble. Han Yimyang suppressed his regret and spoke with determination. The young lord is the son of the former palace lord. And you are the one I serve with all my heart. Until now, the situation hasn't been favorable, and I dared to pretend to be the young lord's father. But now, I must reclaim my rightful position. Sol So Bak remained speechless, their eyes wide open, unable to accept this truth. Yosa Hyun, who had been observing, sighed and assisted Han Yimyang to stand. The young lord is the sole heir of the Sol family, destined to guide the North Sea. It won't be simple, but you must take charge. Sol So Bak gazed at Yosa Hyun with confusion. It was enough. An elder of the Ice Palace, who suddenly appeared, forced him to do something he had never imagined, and it can be easy for the young kid to accept that situation. Aye. Young lord. Yosa Hyun spoke in a determined manner. Your late father, who is no longer with us, would be asking this too. There are things that can be done and things that must be done. The young lord needs to intervene and fix this troubled situation in the North Sea, ultimately saving the people. Yosa Hyun knelt on the ground. Therefore, gather your strength. Only the young lord has the power to rescue and free the people of the North Sea. The destiny of the North Sea lies solely in your hands. Sol So Bak bit his lip. He knew how difficult it was for the people in the North Sea. He had seen so much while traveling with Han Yimyang. But me. Even thinking about it made his shoulders slump. The news of him being the former lord's son and having the people's fate in his hands were all heard but didn't affect his heart. Young lord. Han Yimyang spoke up. Meanwhile, Bak Chan, growing impatient with the slow conversation, sighed and shifted his head from side to side. Flinch. He involuntarily took a step back. Why is he behaving like that again? Chang Yang's contorted face became visible. It didn't seem like a particularly dangerous look, but there was something about it that he didn't like. Bak Chan, who understood that, glanced at the disciples of Mount Hua. That meant he wanted to stop Chang Yang if he was about to do something. Unfortunately, his signal came too late. No, that. Ads by Pub Future. Chang Yang, who had been observing the situation, approached Han Yimyang and Yosa Hyun with sympathetic eyes. What are you saying to a kid whose blood doesn't even flow to his head? What kind of child with a small brain can save the North Sea? And only him. Chang Yang's eyes glimmered. If kids can do all that, then what are the adults for? Ugh. What about the adults? Well, anyway. Chang Yang shouted and gestured for Sol So Bak to come, but had novel at that. Come here. Come. You won't come. But Sol So Bak hesitated, not wanting to approach. Seeing that, Chang Yang tilted his head. What is with him? Bak Chan smiled. Who would want to come to you, bastard? You brat, did you even remember what you did to him the last time? Perhaps now, Sol So Bak's eyes gazed upon Chang Yang like one would at a beast, if not a bandit leader. But sadly, from Sol So Bak's perspective, he didn't know that Chang Yang was not one to give up just because he didn't cooperate. Chang Yang approached him and guided the child by the shoulder to position him in front of himself. What? The destiny of the North Sea. Han Yi-myung's face was visibly disturbed. As anticipated, this young Taoist had a talent for unsettling others with only a few words. Entrust the fate of this land to a child as small as a mouse. What is wrong with all of you? Listen, Taoist disciple. Soul so back is. Han Yi-myung attempted to speak, but Chang Myung would not allow anyone to interrupt. Indeed, if it involves the bloodline of the Soul family, it holds significance. The master will go to great lengths and even offer the North Sea. Why burden a child with such responsibility? What you should do. Chang Myung showed his annoyance. Stop speaking nonsense. If you're staking the fate of the North Sea on the kid, then the North Sea is doomed. The conclusion was colder than before. Han Yi-myung's face froze at that frigid tone. You're being too harsh. Just as Han Yi-myung was about to speak, Yose Hyun raised his hand to silence him. What the disciple just said isn't incorrect. Chang Myung gazed at him. Consider it as something we've said to find solace. We don't plan to take shelter behind the young Lord Soul. Upon hearing this, Chang Myung nodded. Then, he faced the boy and gently pinched his cheeks with both hands. You're unable to do anything. Aye. All you have to do is reveal your face. We'll take care of everything else. A resolute voice. The disciples murmured at this peculiar sight. Is this guy actually being kind? Yes, it is not usually like this. That jerk has been acting strange lately, Sasuk. Yes, it's odd. However, Han Yi-myung and Yose Hyun had unusual reactions. Kindness. Ads by Pub Future. That person. Wasn't he the guy who irritated everyone? They couldn't understand the thought process of Mount Hua's disciples. Don't try to burden the child. If something needs to be done, do it yourself. Upon hearing Chang Myung's words, Yose Hyun nodded. Except for that, of course. We won't hesitate to risk our lives in this battle. Don't misunderstand me. But Chang Myung's cold voice came back unexpectedly, causing Yose Hyun to look startled. Chang Myung stared at him with a somber expression and let out a sigh. Throwing away your life is not what responsibility entails. Remember that. The key is to win and survive at all costs. Dying while working is simply passing on the responsibility to future generations. He raised his head and looked at the North Sea sky. It was a clear sky, but Chang Myung couldn't tear his eyes away. He didn't say anything for a moment but gently tapped Soul So-bak's shoulder without looking down. There's nothing to fret about. Chang Myung's lips curved into a smile. Because one fool is sufficient. It was impossible for one to fully comprehend the actions of others. Sol Chun-sang wasn't naive enough to not acknowledge such an evident act. Ultimately, being human entailed feigning understanding of the other person to a certain extent, but deciphering their concealed motives was challenging. But this isn't a matter of such nature. Nevertheless, a minimum level of reason was accepted by humans. But the scene before him was completely different from everything he knew. Weeing. A cave where a wind colder than ice blew. In the middle of it, a grey-haired old man bowed in utmost respect with his forehead pressed to the floor. This alone wasn't a strange sight. It was common for humans to show respect and devotion. Even if the old man expressed his faith and devotion to the form of a colossal asura that was spread out in front of his eyes, it wouldn't be so odd. It wouldn't be that strange. Sol Chun-sang couldn't understand how a person of that level could show such perfect faith to another, especially to someone who didn't exist. What is this heavenly demon exactly? Heavenly demon. This term was familiar to him. Anyone who had been to Kango would know it. But no matter how powerful and fearsome the heavenly demon was, in the end, he was the one who was defeated over 100 years ago. How could a man show such perfect obeisance to someone who died 100 years ago? Especially since they had also reached the highest levels of power. So, this sight didn't sit well with him. It gave him goosebumps. At that moment, the high priest, who had been bowing his head on the ground, slowly moved back. It was a sight that would make one laugh. But those who watched it didn't dare to smile at this. It wasn't because the man was scary, but rather because of his sincerity in doing this, which made people wary of it. Shush. Shush. Amidst the chilling wind, the terrifying sound of the high priest's clothes and body rubbing against the floor could be heard. Eventually, the high priest, who had fully left the cave, stood up slowly. And without bothering to wipe the blood off his forehead, he faced Sol Chun-sang. Sol Chun-sang bowed his head. I greeted the high priest. As soon as those icy eyes landed on him, Sol Chun-sang felt beads of sweat forming on his body. The high priest, who had been regarding Sol Chun-sang with icy eyes, opened his mouth slowly. Lord. Yes, high priest. Ads by Pub Future. I told you to retrieve the ice crystals. Sol Chun-sang bowed his head and bit his lip. Those damn bastards. Who could have predicted that the disciples of Mount Hua would overpower the Ice Palace warriors and flee with the ice crystals? High priest. Something unseen has occurred. The prisoner's internal chi restraint had been lifted, and... Palace Lord. Sol Chun-sang was startled by the cold voice and cowered. I told you, I need ice crystals. Sol Chun-sang's body trembled. There is only one reason why I helped you, a mere unbeliever, by moving all the sect people around. And if you cannot do that properly, why should I let a filthy one such as you live? Thud. As soon as those words were uttered, Sol Chun Sang knelt on the ground. This wasn't what Sol Chun Sang wanted to do. The chi from the high priest was forcing it. It was a terrible chi that he didn't dare resist. High priest. Give me another chance. I promise to succeed. I'm willing to risk my life to retrieve the ice crystals. You still don't understand. You pathetic creature. The expression on the high priest's face twisted like a demon's. We have been waiting 100 years for this moment. Aye. If the resurrection fails because you couldn't find me ice crystals, your life isn't even worth the price. Even if the snow in the North Sea is stained red with blood, our anger won't subside. Sol Chun Sang's body trembled. These words were certainly not an empty threat. Hadn't he experienced enough to know that these people could follow through with it? 2 days. The high priest sighed with a cold expression. If the ice crystals aren't recovered within 2 days, I will have to take action. If that is the reason we failed to complete the ritual, you will have to face the consequences, even if I retrieve those ice crystals. That will never happen. Sol Chun Sang took a deep breath and bowed his head. High priest, with a cold glare, returned to the common room without a word and knelt down once more. The second coming of heavenly demon. He stared at the high priest, his eyes filled with fear, and Sol Chun Sang didn't linger any longer. Sol Chun Sang slyly glanced at the man and cautiously stepped back. The second coming of the heavenly demon. The chant was repeated over and over again, flowing without end. The strong wind shook the massive cloth hung above them. A figure appeared through the fluttering fabric, and the high priest gazed longingly at it. The second coming of the heavenly demon. The demon's seed was conceived here. Sol Chun Sang, who had vacated the cave, quickly wiped his face with trembling hands. Sweat dripped onto the ground, unable to be contained by his palms. Demonic sect. He understood that he should never have been involved with them. And yet, he knew it was something he had to do. However, Sol Chun Sang couldn't help but doubt his mistake whenever he faced the high priest. Maybe he hadn't joined hands with mere humans, but instead went up to an altar to summon a demon. But I cannot turn back now. Sol Chun Sang's eyes were bloodshot. The only thing left was to cooperate or die miserably at their hands. And he had no intention of choosing the latter. After escaping the demon's cave, he glared at the elder who was waiting for him. Mobilize the troops in the ice palace to find the ones who took the ice crystals. Yes. Find them. Find them at any cost. And make sure to tear them apart. Sol Chun Sang's shouts echoed across the land of the North Sea. The blizzard had completely stopped before he realized it. Chapter 499, then make sure to remember, 4. Young Lord. Warriors dressed in leather stood in front of Sol So-bak, who was seated on a chair. Hot tears streamed down their faces. I am so relieved that you're alive. I always believed you would be. Sol So-bak nodded anxiously. Thank you for coming. For what reason? We have been waiting for this day since the wicked Sol Chun Sang killed the previous lord. Yosa Hyun, who was beside Sol So-bak, glanced at them and spoke. Please refrain from using the title of Young Lord to refer to him. Address him as the Little Palace Lord instead. The Little Palace Lord. Yosa Hyun nodded. Of course, the correct title should be Palace Lord, but he hasn't been declared as such yet, so we cannot use the title until Sol Chun Sang has been defeated and he returns as the proud Palace Lord. So until that day comes, he will be the Little Palace Lord. Yes. I understand it. I will dedicate myself to the North Sea. Sol So-bak stood up from his seat and grasped the hands of those speaking to him. Thank you very much. Even my father, who has passed away, would be overjoyed. Kuig. Little Palace Lord. It was true that he seemed ready to take action. However, the Mount-Hua disciples watching this through the window did not seem pleased. This sight is somewhat perplexing. Indeed. Han Yin-yang and Yosa Hyun built up their strength by gathering those who followed the previous Palace Lord and were hiding around the North Sea with the intention of attacking the Ice Palace. Among them, some knew that Sol So-bak was alive, and there were some who didn't know it. Of course, it was understandable that those who didn't know this fact would express their emotions. However, it wouldn't be comfortable for a kid like Sol So-bak to see older people crying and expecting him to do impossible things. He was a child who just found out a couple of days ago that he was the son of a noble family. And yet, he continued to give it his all in this role. As they observed, their feelings shifted from pride to pity. But there's a larger crowd forming. True. It appears that more people have sided with the former Palace Lord than we anticipated. Tang So-so shook her head as she listened to Yoon Jong and Bak Chon. It doesn't seem that way. We have been discussing it for some time now, and there are subordinates to the former Palace Lord, but many of them did not follow him and instead decided to live in seclusion. Is that true? Yes. It appears that these individuals are coming together upon hearing this news. The minds of the people are unsettled. It meant that those who didn't dare to fight back, even when they saw Sol Chun Sang's rebellion, were now standing with their swords. Does it mean that the situation in the North Sea is that bad? Not really. At that time, everyone's eyes turned to this voice from the side. A couple of people were coming towards them. They didn't fight against Sol Chun Sang in the past because they weren't sure if the little guy was alive. If there is no prince, even if Sol Chun Sang is defeated, no one will be the next ruler. Ah. So Sol Chun Sang will try to kill the kid at any cost. Bak Chan nodded, indicating his understanding. So, how much longer do we have to wait? Today, we will all gather together. Those who arrive late will not be waited for. Please join us during the advance. At these words, Bak Chan double-checked the number of people who had gathered. Is it approximately 200? If they included those who worked in the ice crystal mines, the total number would be around 400. How many warriors does the Ice Palace have? Adds by Pub Future. Well, approximately 1,000. 1,000. Bak Cheon's face darkened. Considering the size of the Ice Palace he had seen with his own eyes, this should be an expected number. However, hearing and confirming were two different things. There is no chance to win in a head-to-head fight. Yes. Han Yin-young shook his head. Among them, there are bound to be many individuals as skilled as Sol Chun Sang. If he discovers that the young lord is alive, he will act swiftly during this time. Regardless of what anyone says, the young lord is now the enemy of the North Sea. Bak Chan agreed. Not because he immediately believed those words, but because he understood the perspective of those aligned with Han Yin-young. Considering all that, along with those who join in the future and change sides, our side is drastically low in number. Bak Chan pondered and tightly closed his fist. I understand. Thank you. Then, Han Yin-young grinned. I had no idea I would be fighting alongside the disciples of Mount Hua. It's quite an unusual connection. I feel the same. Thank you. The North Sea won't forget Mount Hua. Han Yin-young clenched his fist and walked away. Bak Chan watched his back and slightly frowned. Then, without turning his head, he said, What are your thoughts? All bullshit. Well, this was a bit too blunt. Bak Chan looked at Chang Yang and asked again. As he mentioned, wouldn't it be worth trying to convert some people from the other side to some extent? Chang Yang, crouching to reach Bak Ah, extended his hand. Being human is not that straightforward. Each person has innate differences in their thoughts. However, when they come together as a group, their individual thoughts vanish and fade away. You don't think everyone in the rebel army fights because they desperately want to, right? People don't have the slightest intention to do it, but when they see someone ordering from ahead and the fight of those in front, they get swept away. Chang Yang smiled. I understand expecting warriors to break away and come to our side, but will that really happen? I don't think so. Bak Chan looked concerned, while Chang Yang smirked. This guy. He was usually full of nonsense, but his words held a strong conviction in times like this. So you're saying we can win? What kind of rubbish is that? Chang Yang yelled. Defeat doesn't exist in my books. Bak Cheon's expression became grim. Right. Chang Yang's eyes glazed over, and he pushed Bak Ah into his clothes, saying, That's just the words of people who can find a way out. In this case, the method is too obvious, isn't it? What method? At a novel burn at that. It was Yu Yisel and not Chang Yang who answered the question. Palace Lord. Bak Chan tilted his head at her calm voice. What do you mean? Ads by Pub Future. The people of the North Sea follow the words of the Palace Lord, and the Lord can be a member who has Sol family blood. Chang Yang smiled. Well, one cannot understand such things, but it is rather nice for us that people here think like that. If one takes out Sol Chun Sang, who is the Palace Lord, we can gulp down the entire Ice Palace at that moment, whether our power is low or not. Right. Bak Chan shook his head with a stiff look. If you believed that the adversary was not the Ice Palace, but Sol Chun Sang, the odds of success would be higher. But that is not the issue. Yun Zhong, who had been listening quietly until then, said, The crucial matter is what follows. We must address the demonic sect. When the name demonic sect was mentioned, everyone's expressions grew icy. It is the demonic sect that plunged the entire Central Plains into darkness. Even though there is no heavenly demon, can we even handle the demonic cult with only the power of the Ice Palace? Chang Yang spoke as if it was ridiculous. Sehyang. Have you gone mad? Yun Zhong was taken aback and looked at Chang Yang. Chang Yang asked with a bewildered expression. Is your stomach bulging because your liver is swollen? What about the demonic sect and Ice Palace? And nothing. That. As Yun Zhong mumbled with an intimidated expression, Chang Yang's eyes widened. No answer, really. And he said with a shocked expression. Let them be the demonic sect or something else. They'll run back without even looking. How dare we get called out here to fight something that isn't the demonic sect? It'd rather fall down on a sword. Then, aren't they the demonic sect? The demonic sect is just the demonic sect. I've told you this before. The demonic sect comprises multiple branches, not just one. When they move independently like this, they can hardly even be considered a proper force. Ah. Yun Jong attempted to sigh with relief, but Tang So-so, who was listening, interjected. Then you're saying that this isn't the full demonic sect, but just one branch is playing around with the North Sea as it pleases. Right. Oh God. She was shocked and covered her mouth with her hand. Fortunately, the people here weren't the main force, but just a branch of it. However, it was still shocking, considering that only one of the many branches of the demonic sect was able to dominate the North Sea. At that time, Bak Chon, who had been deep in thought, frowned as he looked at Chang Myung. But how did you know that? What are you talking about now? If the main base of the demonic sect was established here, all the Ice Palace people would be dead. And Chang Myung didn't want to say anything more, but he waved his hand. No. This doesn't make sense. In any case, those people are remnants of the demonic sect. Then things will be easier. Easier. Chang Myung smiled. Listen, everyone. Ha. The fate of the Central Plains and the revival of the Heavenly Demon. Everything is fine, this fight isn't like that. So remember one thing. What is it? Don't die. After a moment of silence, Chang Myung's face twisted. If you die, everything is ruined. If the Heavenly Demon comes back or the North Sea is destroyed, we still have things to do if we survive. If we're in danger, flee without turning back. Never do something foolish like risking your life here. Do you get what I'm saying? The Mount-Hua disciples and the others stared at him, their faces tense. Ads by Pub Future. It was the first time they had seen Chang Myung like this. In the end, this meant that in Chang Myung's mind, this battle would be a difficult one, probably one they had never experienced before. Do not worry. At that time, Bak Chon looked straight at Chang Myung with unwavering eyes and said, If I am in danger, I will run without looking back. Even if I am asked for help, I will ignore it. At that moment, Chang Myung smiled. Right. That's my Sasuk. Looking at the disciples of Mount-Hua smiling blissfully at each other, He Yun quietly shook his head. Amitabha. These individuals were difficult to comprehend. It was at that moment when Chang Myung's eyes gleamed. Well, there is one thing we need to do first. Chang Myung's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Eliminate Sol Chun Sang and seize the Ice Palace. That is where everything begins. Han Yin Yang and Yo Sa Hyun observed the individuals assemble around them and took a deep breath. This day has finally arrived. Everyone present had a gleam of anticipation in their eyes. They had been holding their breath in anticipation for this moment. Finally, it was an opportunity to join hands and work towards a new world. Please, say something. Now is the time for the Elder to take charge and guide us. If Young Lord Soul becomes the symbol, then Elder Yo should be the focal point. Please lead us. At the words of Han Yin Yang, Yo Sa Hyun nodded and stepped forward. Normally, he would have been modest, but now was not the time for such things. I am Yo Sa Hyun. Do you all remember me? Elder. First Elder. Of course, we remember. Those who lined up greeted the man with loud voices. Sensing the energy in their voices, Yo Sa Hyun shook his head. The stories may differ, but I believe that everyone gathered here shares the same intention. His voice resonated, filled with dignity, just like when he was the second-ranking person of the Ice Palace in the past. Ever since that wicked man, Sol Chun Sang, ascended to the throne of the North Sea Ice Palace, our once peaceful land has turned into a never-ending disaster. The people are trapped in despair, forced to face the hardships of everyday life. And to make matters worse, he has brought undesirables to our sacred land. Yo Sa Hyun locked eyes with each person, vitality resonating in his voice. I intend to bring down the man before it's too late and put the true Lord in power. I will fix the twisted situation. Do you all agree? At that question, an ambitious shout rang out. Yo Sa Hyun suppressed the trembling in his chest and tightly clenched his fists. Let's go. It's time to reclaim the soul of the North Sea. The North Sea belongs to the North Sea people. Those who trampled the land with their dirty feet and those who sold them will all pay for their sins. Oh. Cheers erupted. Let's begin. To the Ice Palace. With those words, people started to form a line and departed. It's starting. Bak Chon, who had been observing the scene, turned his head and glanced at everyone. Yu Yisel, Yun Jong, Jogul, Chang Myung, and Tang So-so. He Yun as well. Let's go. Bak Chion's eyes gleamed. To those who oppose us, demonstrate the true power of the sword of Mount-Hua. Yes, Sasuk. Yes, Sehyung. Hearing the determined answer, Bak Chon turned around, and the hem of his clothes fluttered wildly. Just as he was about to take a measured step. Warrior. I am Shalan. Ah, shut your mouth. You ignorant bastard. Bak Chon smiled as he heard Chang Myung hit He Yun. Right. Rather die of. Phew. Chapter 500, then make sure to remember. 5. Palace Lord. Sol Chun Sang lifted his head, displeased by the urgent tone of the speaker. Soon, the door to his office swung open, and an elder entered. What's going on? Sol Chun Sang asked, his tone cold. Normally, regardless of his mood, he wouldn't greet an elder in such a manner. The elders of the Ice Palace were the ones he needed to look after. However, after learning that the information about the Ice Palace was being leaked to the Demon Sect, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. It's a significant matter. Quit causing a commotion and get to the point. What is it? The elder's face turned red as he spoke. Warriors are attacking the Ice Palace. What? Sol Chun Sang furrowed his brows. It was an unpleasant surprise, but Sol Chun Sang remained calm. However, his calmness was shattered by the words that followed. Well, it appears that those who supported the former Palace Lord are mobilizing and launching attacks. What? Quang! Sol Chun Sang struck his desk with his fist and leaped up. The marble desk shattered, dust scattering in all directions. He gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with anger. How dare they? He knew that there were still survivors hiding around the North Sea. The reason he hadn't hunted them all down and eliminated them wasn't because he was merciful, but because he didn't have the energy to search the entire North Sea. Besides, as the primary reason for any resistance was no longer present, he believed it was unlikely for these dispersed individuals to reunite unless Sol Sobak took the lead. How did they manage to unite again? Oh, it appears that the previous elders fled from the mines and brought everyone together with the assistance of the son of the former Palace Lord. The moment Sol Chun Sang heard about the former Lord's son, anger boiled onto his face. Who is leading them? The elders who work at the forefront are no, Yosei Hion is there. I felt pity for those rats who were living like they were dead, so I let them live. And now they dare to invade my palace. How dare they not know their place? Sol Chun Sang yelled in anger. Get ready to face the enemies now. Now. Yes, Palace Lord. Gather all those who went searching and close the gates. Yes. Move now. The elder, unable to respond, rushed out. Sol Chun Sang was left alone, breathing heavily and unable to overcome the anger. Now, is it Sol Sobak? Just in time to report that the people who went missing during the search have returned and that the disciples of Mount Hua interfered with the opportunity to capture the former Lord's son. What are they? Sol Sobak and Yosei Hion. The disciples of Mount Hua intervened and brought him together. It seemed unbelievable how such absurd situations kept occurring in such a short time. No, this is fine. Sol Chun Sang started walking briskly. Wasn't he planning to deal with the Mount Hua disciples? I will seize this opportunity to kill that bastard Sol Sobak and those Mount Hua bastards as well. A fierce determination glimmered in his eyes as the thirst for killing consumed him. A massive horde of warriors raced across the snowy expanse with unrelenting purpose. With each passing moment, the gathering swelled in size. Latecomers merged into the crowd, bolstering their numbers, at Novelban at Hat. Ads by Pub Future. So many. Amitabha. This is the consequence of encouragement. The disciples of Mount Hua observed with astonishment as those ahead continued running. They could sense the enthusiasm from the beginning, but it only grew stronger as time went on. However, should we be concerned? More and more supporters are joining us. Yes. The procession began with 200 and then increased to 400 as those who escaped the mine joined and then reached 500. Even the disciples of Mount Hua, observing this from a third-party perspective, thought, now it might be something. There are so many of them, so why did they live like that? Bak Chan replied to Joe Ghoul's question quietly. No matter how much firewood you have, if you can't light it, it will remain firewood. Has the fire been ignited now? Yes. This is different from the Central Plains. Even though he is the son of the former Palace Lord, no one would have expected this many people to gather for a kid who just made himself known. Exactly. Ha! Bak Chan did not respond and stared ahead, wearing a bitter expression. If he had been the past version of himself, he might have shared Joe Ghoul's thoughts. However, as time progressed and he spent more time with someone who had such a negative and pessimistic outlook on life, he no longer trusted his own observations. Sol Sobak had been alive before this. Even so, Han Yin-young had a simple reason for waiting for the right time without revealing the truth. He knew that it would be impossible to confront the Ice Palace even with the support of those who would stand with Sol Sobak. Without any survivors from the mine, no matter how much word got out about the kid, people wouldn't have come together. But now they see it as a chance worth taking. It certainly is. Bak Chan glanced to the side, his expression filled with bewilderment. If we view it from that perspective, it's all because of him. This situation would never have happened if it weren't for Chang Myung's interference in the mine. Even if they had somehow managed to flee, it would have been meaningless if Chang Myung hadn't released the Dantan seal. And this fact instilled fear in him. Who would have imagined that one person could do such a thing in a nation without any allies? He is truly a great. What are you staring at? Bak Chan shook his head and looked forward. In many ways. Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind, but Bak Chan pushed them all away. This was because the White Castle wall, which had become quite familiar by now, had finally been revealed. Sasuk. Right. Bak Chan replied with a grunt. The Ice Palace. The first time he faced this wall, he felt something different. At first, he admired this place for its amazing, pure white look. But now, it felt so intimidating. The castle gate and wall were incredibly thick and towering, making it impossible to see the top even if one strained their neck. It was clear that they were facing the palace, which ruled over the North Sea. Sasuk. Yes. It seemed as if he wasn't the only one who was intimidated. It was clear that the crowd's pushing force had diminished in front of them. No one commanded it, but the running speed gradually decreased. Finally, when they arrived at the wall, everyone's footsteps slowed. Gulp. The sound of someone gulping could be heard. Even the storm went still, and the small sound spread, making everyone feel tense. Ice Palace. It is the Ice Palace. Ads by Pub Future. Bak Chan was a little shocked as the attacking force became still as if it had ceased to exist. Is dealing with the Ice Palace as a North Sea person this burdensome? He couldn't tell if this was because of their loyalty to the palace or because they knew the power of the Ice Palace better than anyone else. Just as no one seemed to be willing to step forward. What is this? Bak Chan turned his head, confused. The most ignorant guy in the world stepped ahead as if he couldn't understand why his path forward was being blocked. Bak Chan spoke in a quiet voice. We've reached the Ice Palace. Then hurry up and attack, will you? Well. When Chang Yang asked the question, Bak Chan was at a loss for words. He could hear but couldn't say that the people around him were intimidated. What? Are they doing this to decide who will take the lead? Do you want to lead? Chang Yang smiled and trudged forward. The place where his steps stopped was in front of Sol So Bak, who was nervous and looked at Chang Yang with a pale face. Chang Yang spoke with a smile. Why are you making that face? Ah. TSK. It isn't good for a child to be this smart, you know. A child should be dumb. Chang Yang put his hand on the child's head and tousled it. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to do anything. Taoist. Let the older people do it. Chang Yang smiled and pulled his hand back. You did well by coming here. So gather strength in your shoulders. Look proud. And from now on, we adults will handle it. From behind them, Joe Gul walked forward. The map hasn't been made yet. Gul, shut up now. Yes. Yoon Jong spoke softly and cleared his throat. Chang Yang glanced at the walls of the Ice Palace and raised his sword. Sasuk. Yes. Get ready. We're moving. Okay. Bak Chan stood beside Chang Yang. Yu Yisel also stood beside Chang Yang, and Tang Soso stood on the other side. Ugh. I always end up being the vanguard. So what? It feels familiar and good. Joe Gul and Yoon Jong stood by Chang Yang. Amitabha. Hei Yun stood behind Yoon Jong, looking determined. Seeing the disciples of Mount Hua already organized, Yosa Hyun questioned them. What are you doing? Ha. This old man likes to joke. What's our plan after arriving? We're going to barge right in. The old man pressed his lips together at Chang Yang's calm words. This was what he had to do originally. Wait for now. Elder. Ads by Pub Future. Chang Yang smiled at him. When it comes to war, if you hesitate, everything is lost. Fear grows as time passes. And once the fighting spirit is gone, it cannot be brought back no matter what. Yosa Hyun looked worried. Do not worry. Chang Yang smiled. I am the one who ignites the flame. Bak Chan, who listened to him, nodded. He is more of an arsonist than a Taoist. Dong Ryong, be quiet now. Yosa Hyun looked at Chang Yang with a blank expression. Is this guy not afraid at all? It was a situation where their troops were lacking compared to the Ice Palace. No matter how much these kids were unaware of the Ice Palace, they could not be this fearless. Moreover, not only the person called Chang Yang, but the entire group had no hint of fear. What is this Mount-Hua-sect? Chang Yang firmly said. Well, if you're afraid, stay here. We will take care of it. What? You cheeky kid. Roars erupted around. Those who had been imprisoned in the mine and were assisted by the disciples of Mount Hua could understand, but those who didn't know Chang Yang and Mount Hua had their pride wounded. What? Did I say something wrong? You. Chang Yang smiled as he saw them angry. The people of the North Sea have a temper and are like fire and water, but now that I see it, you all seem timid. Are you afraid to fight against the Ice Palace? I suppose we are superior, then. Clench. The sound of gritting teeth was unmistakable. We are. Ah, that's enough. Someone attempted to speak, but Chang Yang raised his hand and silenced them. It makes no sense to say things like that. If you're not a coward, then come up and prove it. We will go ahead. Chang Yang turned around. Sasuk. Okay. Sinyang. Bak Chan drew his sword without hesitation, and so did the rest of the disciples. Let's go. Yes. As Bak Chan took the lead, the disciples of Mount Hua and He Yun followed without looking back. They rushed ahead towards the white wall like black stones. The others were surprised, their mouths wide open. They. This. The warriors of the North Sea seemed almost terrified. At that moment. What are you all doing? Yose Hyun yelled. This is our fight. Are you planning to make people without a connection to the North Sea the first ones to cross the ice palace walls? His eyes burned as if they had never known fear. People of the North Sea should be ashamed even in death. Let's go. The warriors of the North Sea had their faces stained with anger and then burst into cheers. As he spoke this and ran forward, the ones who also stopped began to follow. Don't get left behind. Make sure you catch up. We'll be the first to cross the wall. There was no hesitation at all. Everyone ran without losing their momentum. And now. The war that would determine the future of the North Sea had begun. Chapter 501, The Kids Are a Little Wild, 1. The sky above the North Sea, always dark due to the natural weather, was surprisingly clear and clean. The sun shone brightly on the snow-covered land. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Under the clear sky, the disciples of Mount Hua ran on the shining snowfield. As the distance began to narrow, the walls turned darker, and Bak Chon, who was in the lead, changed his expression. Chang Yang. Yes. Above. Or through the gate. What are you talking about? Up. Okay. Bak Chon swiftly reached the wall with the same speed he had used until that point. And pat. After propelling himself off the ground and soaring upwards, they started running on the wall as if it were level ground. In his wake, the disciples of Mount Hua ascended the ice palace wall with the agility of squirrels. They. Oh my. The warriors who observed this from behind were left speechless by the astonishing sight. The winters in the North Sea were severe, with blizzards occurring every other second. Because of that, during the winter, surfaces like the walls turned into ice as snow became stuck to them. However, these disciples of Mount Hua were walking on such slippery surfaces. Even if Yosa Hyun had seen this once before, it still shocked him. We have to climb the wall too. Do not fall too far behind. However, the world's affairs weren't things that could be solved with morale alone. Those who jumped up the wall like Mount Hua's disciples slipped down instantly. Ack. Quack. Watch out. It's so slippery. Even those who managed to ascend a few times couldn't ascend any higher and clung to the wall. Looking up, they saw the disciples of Mount Hua already halfway to the top. How is this possible? It all seemed so ridiculous. In the past, the elders of the Ice Palace could easily scale the wall, but now they struggled to follow these young warriors from the Central Plains. No matter how strong the disciples of Mount Hua were, they should be as strong as the former elders of Ice Palace at their age. What was all this, then? Do not overdo it, focus on just climbing the wall. That. The ice in the place where the warriors took a step is broken. There. The warriors of the North Sea erased all the thoughts in their minds and began to climb the ice-covered wall. Since they were also warriors, there was nothing they couldn't do if they wanted to climb slowly. But get lost from here. Aren't you climbing too fast? Disciple, the ice is slipping. Ugh, you Shaolin bastards are always slowing down. Amitabha. Amitabha. Amitabha, you bastard. As they climbed the cliff, they observed Changyang kicking the yellow-robed monk. What are they up to? Papart. Whether they cared about those behind them or not, the disciples of Mount Hua started ascending, giving the appearance from afar that someone was pulling them from the top of the wall. So, be careful. Ads by Pub Future. Do not worry, and lift your head up, Sasuk. Okay. Bak Chon smiled. The disciples of Mount Hua were tired of ice walls and cliffs. This one was a little slippery, but it was nothing compared to the curved and cracked cliffs of Mount Hua. Ta-ta-ta. Joe Gul, who was beneath him, started jumping ahead at that moment, but at Novelban it had. I will go ahead and clear the path first, Sasuk. Do not overdo it, Gul. This is nothing. Joe Gul confidently walked ahead and finally reached the edge of the wall. First, climb the wall. And then. At the top of the wall, a group of warriors popped their heads out to observe those approaching from below. Let's see now. Ugh. Joe Gul, who was filled with excitement, blinked. Those who peered out held something long and aimed it downwards. It was a long, curved wooden pole with a sharp tip. Bow. Shoot. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Swish. Swish. Arrows that were aimed downward were instantly fired. As Joe Gul witnessed this shower of arrows descending upon him, he opened his mouth in astonishment. No, this is madness. Are they shooting arrows from those bows? What kind of warriors are they? Joe Gul drew his plum blossom sword to deflect the arrows. These arrows were propelled by a warrior's chi, so they were not ordinary warriors. Regardless of how accustomed he was to scaling cliffs, ascending while arrows rained down proved to be a challenging task. As Joe Gul lunged off the wall and attempted to swing his sword. Slip. Ugh. His toes slipped off the icy surface, causing his leg to slip as well. His form became compromised, preventing him from accurately striking the arrow. Though he successfully defended against the arrows aimed at his face and shoulders, he struggled to withstand their force, ultimately losing his balance and beginning to descend from the wall. Ack. Damn it. Gul. Joe Gul. Joe Gul, screaming in his descent, suddenly halted in midair. Joe Gul quickly glanced around to confirm that he wasn't coming closer to the land, and then he lifted his gaze. Changyang had grabbed hold of his ankle and was staring down at him, resembling a demon from hell. It was only at that moment that Joe Gul fully realized his mistake. Changyang, this isn't. Sahyang, let's meet up when this fight is over. Changyang forcefully swung Joe Gul towards the wall and looked up. Sasuk. Ads by Pub Future. Yes, on it. Bak Chon accelerated. Fire. Swish. Swish. The torrent of arrows descended relentlessly, yet Bak Chon skillfully brandished his sword, cleanly striking him down. Taking the forefront, he and Yu Yisale handled the situation precisely. But Ga. Arrows. Those trailing behind struggled to defend against the oncoming arrows. Yun Jong's expression turned tense as he witnessed the warriors falling, one after another. We must put a stop to this. For now, let them be. It's quicker to eliminate these scoundrels than to block each and every arrow. All right. Yun Jong quickened his pace as per Chung Myung's instructions. Upon observing the disciples who remained unfazed by the barrage of arrows, the individuals atop the wall shouted, "Fire! Fire! Aim for the forefront. Get rid of those scoundrels on the wall. Understood. Oil. Pour the oil. Bring the boiling oil. We're bringing it." Bak Chion's expression twisted upon hearing the commotion from above. This is an all-out war. He considered the battle against Ice Palace to be just an ordinary fight, so he didn't expect it to escalate like this. If they attempted to scale the wall without knowing the proper approach, the disciples would surely suffer heavy injuries. Crack. The arrows were aimed at Bak Chon, who was in the lead. His pace gradually faltered as he climbed the cliff while deflecting the arrows with his internal energy-infused sword. Climbing with arrows raining down proved challenging even for Bak Chon. Shoot. That bastard. Bak Chon grunted in frustration. Sasuk, shoulder. Ha. As Yu Yisale climbed the wall beside him, she used Bak Chion's shoulder to propel herself upwards. Seigo. Leaping into the air, she somersaulted once and, using his shoulder as leverage, unleashed a powerful sword slash over the wall. Swish. The sword spun with ferocious speed towards their exposed enemies. Avoided. Lay low. Weeing. The wall's defenders quickly cowered as the sword loomed above their heads. The attack didn't manage to harm anyone but bought them valuable time and lessened Bak Chion's burden. Now WWW. Seizing the opportunity, Bak Chon swiftly leaped higher on the wall. As her sword returned to her, Yu Yisale skillfully ascended the wall. With a graceful somersault in midair, she clung immediately to its surface. You acted immediately. Because I am capable. Adds by Pub Future. A calm tone that only further irritated people. I'd rather die of cold. Chung Myung clenched his teeth and glanced upwards. Quack. Bak Chon trembled. It was clear. The closer they got to the arrows, the stronger they became. And with the impact of taking so many arrows, Bak Chion's feet would inevitably slip. Tuck. But before he could lose his balance, Yun Jong firmly supported his feet. Step on it and move, Sasuk. Yes. Bak Chon gritted his teeth as he glared up, but this wasn't something that could be accomplished by willpower alone. How could one block a dozen arrows and still keep moving forward? Something feels different. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Baldy. Yes, disciple. Pay for the meal. Ah. Bak Chon looked down. Hei Yun also nodded as if he understood Chung Myung's intentions. Then, after firmly placing both feet between the cracked ice, he instantly flipped his body perpendicular to the wall. At the same time, the robe attached to his waist swayed, and a golden light shimmered from his body. No. Was he insane? Chung Myung crouched slightly in the air and reached out for Hei Yun. At that moment, Hei Yun used the cloth at his waist to lift Chung Myung's feet. Quark. And then he utilized Shaolin's golden technique that soared up like an ascending dragon. Chung Myung, situated at its peak, leaped over the wall, soaring as if riding a dragon. What? What? The Ice Palace warriors, who were stationed at the top of the wall, raised their heads in astonishment. That insane man. Wow, so ridiculous. It was a spectacle of such magnitude that even the disciples of Mount Hua were astounded. The sun radiated brightly in the cloudless sky. And Chung Myung was then present. He swooped over the walls like a hawk descending on its prey. Stow. At that very moment. Those who attempted to shout instinctively flinched. And their gazes locked with Chung Myung's. As they stared into the frigid depths of Chung Myung's eyes, devoid of emotion, their entire bodies chilled as if their blood had been drained. Pat. Rotating his body in one fluid motion, Chung Myung brandished his sword and landed on the wall. He crouched on the ground before gradually rising up. And swish. Blood started flowing from the necks of those standing before him. They stumbled and spilled blood, falling one by one. A cold silence descended. Chak. Chung Myung lightly swung his sword, drawing more blood as he spoke. Let's begin. The Plum Blossom swordsman swiftly closed the gap with the white-clad warriors.